Also, now this is also known as ekranoplan, no, by the Russians, and this is known as the Caspian monster, no? Because this is a very huge aircraft flying above the ground by the Russians during the Cold War. In the video, you can see here, this is the airship. This is being bought actually by Singapore, so by Widget Works. So this is the basic wing and surface effect vehicle, because this is utilizing the chordwise technique. Okay. This is also known as the ground effect machine by other researchers. Now, what's in the name? Hybrid marine vehicle. So it's faster than a boat, definitely. It's faster than, of course, the fastest hydrofoil boat. Of course, hydrofoil has a speed limit because of cavitation, no, in the hydrofoil itself. So that actually puts the limit of the speed of the boat. Now, this is more efficient than airplanes because of the ground effect. Now, we have to, I'll show you a little bit about the background of surface of ground effect. Now, this is actually birds, no, and aircraft. So this is an actual photo being shot, no, and they are very close to the water surface. Now, this one is an airfoil. Now we can, if we extend this one in three-dimensional space, this becomes our wing. Okay. So what happens actually is in this case now. So we'll just assume that we have air particles, okay, or it can be water particles if it is in the water. So as you can see that because of the presence of the body, so the fluid particles are, you can say it's disturbed. No? So in this case, if you can notice that the particles at the upper surface actually is having a greater speed compared to the surfaces or the particles at the bottom or the lower surface of the wing. So because of this, there's a change in velocity. So there must be a change in pressure. And if there is a change in pressure, definitely there is a change in force. Now the change in pressure, actually in our vector calculus, that the gradient of pressure actually is the force. Okay. So then we have the aerodynamic forces because of the change in pressure. So this is the basic principles of aerodynamics. So we have, because of this air, okay, so we have pressure, no, exerted by the slower moving air that is going up, meaning it's higher in magnitude. Okay, so meaning the wing will be lifted. So this is actually the force that is responsible for lifting the aircraft now above the ground when it is moving. And then we have the aerodynamic drag. So the drag actually is the resistance, no, to the motion of the object. So as you can see that if the geometry of the body is not aerodynamically efficient, then the drag force is greater. So if we have a greater drag force, this means that we have to exert more energy to move our body in the fluid. Okay, so our objective here is to reduce this aerodynamic drag. Now we call this one as, there is what we call as induced drag. So meaning this is called induced drag because this is the drag, no, resulting from, no, when we increase the lifting force. Okay, so when we increase the lifting force, this drag component also increases. Okay, so this is an example of the wing. So we have here in aerodynamics, this is the upwash, and then we have the downwash. Okay, so in the tips we have the upwash, then we have the downwash. So this is an example of an aircraft. This is also the reason why if we are in the airport waiting for our flight, this is the reason why our aircraft has to wait for around 1 or 2 minutes before flying, no, or taking off the airport, because of this invisible hand of nature. No? We call this one invisible hand of nature. With this, if we will just cut, no, if we will cut this wing with this in two-dimensional space, so we have this lift. Now we have to take care of this lift. Now, if we increase lift, now there is again a force, no, that is opposite to the direction of our body, of our wing. Okay, so this is called the induced drag. Now, if we increase further the lift, like for instance, if we increase the angle of attack, then the lift increases. But as we increase lift, drag also increases because of this induced drag. Now, there are techniques on how to reduce this induced drag. And one technique, of course, we know this from nature, from the birds. This is the ground effect. Now, that is why in designing or something in the analysis, we have to look at nature. No? That's what we call as biomimetics. So the vortices blocked by the ground, no? This one. And if we will divide these techniques, so by this wing and ground effect, no, we have two techniques. We have chord dominated technique, and then we have span dominated techniques. Okay. Now the chord dominated, the video that I have shown in the previous slides, no. So as you can see that the wing is quite the chord length is quite long, and the span technique is another technique wherein we have to increase the span of the wing. So meaning you have a very long wing. So this is an example of a, so usually researchers put some, because the air is invisible, we have to put some other particles, no, so that we can see the effect of the aerodynamic forces. So this is one way of visualizing the effect of the aerodynamic forces. Just put the visible particles. No? So if with this we have, this is the span technique. Okay, so the longer the wingspan, so from tip to tip, so the higher, no, the higher is the elevation or the height of the vehicle that it can go from the ground, no, but still benefiting the wing and surface effect. Okay, so this is this is particularly important when we have large waves. Okay, so because if we will not use this span technique, so our wing span is short, so we will be forced to fly lower to benefit from the wing and surface effect. So in so doing, we will be exposed to the turbulent sea state conditions. So another technique is the very old technique, the backswing technique. So I think you have seen an aircraft, and just recently, there are already the experimental aircraft utilizing this backswing technique, meaning these wings, like for instance, no, this is actually the efficiency of the wing configuration. So if we have this wing configuration, you will have an efficiency of 1.03. So if we have this wing configuration, we have 1.05. And then if you have X-wing, 1.33. Then if you have parallel, no, just like a biplane, you have 1.36. And if you have in plates, you have 1.38. And if you have this C in plates, we have 1.45. Okay. And then if you have this backswing, you will have 1.46. This is actually according to the study of Ludwig Prandtl. We know Ludwig Prandtl. This is he is considered to be the father of modern fluid dynamics, no? Fluid mechanics, because of his boundary layer theory. he was able to solve or explain, no, the D'Alembert's paradox. Now, what is this box wing aircraft configuration? So this is actually a design. No? This is a box wing, meaning we have two wings, connected wings. Okay, this one. And there are several designs. No? There are several designs. And this is actually basically for mass transportation because of the huge savings in terms of fuel. And this is called the frontal plane or box wing configuration. Now, this is the force distribution, no? The lift force distribution in a box wing aircraft. So at the upper surface of the wing, so we have this nice distribution, which is just like the below, no? Below the meaning the lower wing. So just like an elliptical distribution. So because of this, it's just the same as you're having two wings. So meaning you can basically half your wing, okay? Something like that. But of course, not exactly half. So this is an example of an existing hybrid marine air vehicle. This is being utilized at Singapore. Now, although it's not yet mainstream, but this is being utilized for tourism. Now, just imagine Singapore. No? We have a lot of Singapore-like island in the Visayas. No? So this is definitely practical in our area. No? So now this is just a chord-wise technique. No? So this is a chord-wise technique. So meaning this can only fly very close to the ground so that it can benefit from the wing and surface effect. So this is also the very old, the first one. This is the Ekranoplan by the Russian. So this is a very big aircraft. Okay, very efficient also. And this is actually from previous studies, no? By other researchers. Okay, they have studied this one. So the arrows signifies the direction of the velocity vector. Okay, and of course the length, no, signifies the magnitude of the velocity vector. And with our studies, okay, so with our own studies, so we have in this endeavor, we utilize a little bit shortened process, because definitely when you develop an aircraft, it will take at least 5 years, no, to get certification, of course. Now we have this requirement analysis, then conceptual design phase, preliminary design, detailed design phase. So there was no, of course, in this study, there was no actual fabrication of the prototype, and that is actually our next thing to do. No? So that is our future endeavor, to be able to produce a working prototype for this kind of hybrid air vehicle. So we just utilize a little bit a light aircraft configuration, so we can have a basis. So we utilize this, and then from this design spec, we design our own hybrid marine air vehicle. Okay, so this is we have this payload, this 2-passenger aircraft. Then the range of around 1,000 kilometers, cruise speed of 180 kilometers per hour, and takeoff run of 120 to 150 meters, and landing run of 100 to 150 meters. So this is the typical mission profile. So we have engine start, taxi, and then takeoff, climb, no? And then cruise, and then descent and land. So because we have to, because this is this vehicle lands and take off in the water. So we have to consider the sea condition, of course. So this is actually the plot of the in the Philippines, no? So we have this particularly in Cebu, Philippines. Okay, so we have this. Okay, and then after that, the most important component of the aircraft is the wing, because it gives you it will give you the amount of payload that the aircraft can use. No? So we utilize a very simple wing. This is very common. A lot of references also. So this is a Clark wire profile. This is the lift curve for the different Reynolds number. So in designing, we have to evaluate with our own the characteristic of this aircraft. So we run some simulations for different Reynolds number, meaning different speed and different sizes. So we have, of course, after that we have matching. Okay, and then we have these initial sketches. So this is conceptual design. So we have different concept, and then we have to run simulations. We have to analyze using computational fluid dynamics and finite element analysis for the structure. Then to check the efficiency, the aerodynamic efficiency, the structural efficiency, and the integrity, and also the stability and control. Okay, so then sizing the tail. Now for this kind of hybrid vehicle, the tail is very important. Now, so we have here this one, and then this is the preliminary layout. Okay, and we have this computational fluid dynamics simulation. So we were using SolidWorks software, SolidWorks fluid simulation software, because during the time we didn't have the ANSYS. No? ANSYS software. ANSYS is the meaning, it's just like a CATEA. No? It's the industry standard for analysis. So this is I'm showing you the evolution of this WISE hybrid marine air vehicle design. Okay, so these are the efficiencies. No? Okay. Okay, so this is the contour plot for this for the analysis. Okay, so this is with the ground effect. Okay, then the flow trajectories. This is out of ground effect, and this is in ground effect. Then we have the aerodynamic characteristics like the lift coefficient, drag coefficient for different angle of attacks. Then we have the efficiency of the aircraft, particularly the lift to drag ratio. Then we have the drag polar. Then for this different, we have this ground effect and the out of ground effect, the lift coefficient, and then also for the drag coefficient. So, and then, okay, this is the lift to drag ratio. So meaning, basically this is the efficiency of the aircraft, no? Aerodynamic efficiency of the aircraft. So the target here is 6 degrees angle of attack. No? So we have here a very high compared to the out of ground effect. So these are the basic parts of the wing and surface effect vehicle. Okay. And then we have this, the details. Okay, so we have for this span-wise wing. Then we have the chord-wise wing. Okay. And then the side wing. Okay. Then the tail, vertical tail, and then the winglet. Okay. So these are the specs, initial specs, because this has to change after the experimental testing. No? We have to to do more iterations. Okay, so these are the things to do. So submit R&D proposals for prototype development. I'd like to report that last week I had defended a project proposal to the UST regarding this kind of vehicle, development of this kind of vehicle. And then, so in these studies, now we will, of course, develop a prototype, working prototype with initial mission for the Philippine Navy. Then in this project, we will do more comprehensive simulation studies like finite element analysis, computational fluid dynamics. We'll be using here ANSYS, and we'll be using a lot of simulations. Then we will perform wind tunnel testing, and then structural testing. So we will have these actuators, big actuators, to determine the structural integrity and, of course, the sea worthiness of the vessel. Then, of course, we will do actual flight testing. And then from the test, so we'll have to refine the vehicle design. Then and we will, of course, apply for certification to appropriate agencies. Then perform sample missions with the Philippine Navy. And then eventually we can mainstream this technology. Now, these are the objectives and strategies for the proposed study. So we have the 7 objectives leading towards 7 specific objectives leading towards our main objective, that is to design, build, and fly a hybrid marine air WISE vehicle prototype for rapid and efficient inter-island transport. Okay, so for the design, so we have to design this hybrid vehicle according to the International Maritime Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization's standards. Now notice that this is a hybrid vehicle. So according to the definition of IMO and ICAO, as long as the vehicle is below 150 meters, so as long as it is flying below 150 meters, it is under the International Maritime Organization. So meaning the vehicle is considered to be a marine vessel. So in our case, this will be under Marina. Now, if the vehicle is flying above 150 meters, for instance, there is an emergency that we have to fly higher. Maybe if there are obstacles like there is an island, then you have to go higher. No? Then if it's above 150 meters, then it will be under the ICAO. Now, in our case, it will be under CAAP. But of course, we have to satisfy the 2 regulating agency, of course. Okay, so then we have design studies. Of course, we will be constructing a smaller prototype for testing. So we'll be doing a lot of tests small for this laboratory model before creating the bigger prototype, working prototype. Okay, so this is actually a 3-year project. We really hope that we can finish this in 3 years. And I have here in our team, we have Dr. Galindo, Dr. Tibay, and other experts from UP Diliman in naval architecture and marine engineering, and also from MSU Iligan. So we have these expected outputs. We have WISE vehicle prototypes, research facilities. So this is the first time that we can have facilities for this kind of study. Even Marina doesn't have a facility to test marine vessels. No? So we really hope after this project we can coordinate with Marina to do this regulations for safety. And then, of course, expanded partnerships with LGUs. We believe that there will be some LGUs who will be interested in this kind of transportation, especially in the tourism industry. HEIs, Philippine Navy, Air Force, transportation, Marina, CAAP, no? And also in the RRMC, no? Especially for disaster response. Now, with this, thank you very much. And of course, thank you very much for your kind attention. By the way, I have a here an abstract for this presentation. If you wish to get, no? So this is after. Okay, so if you have questions, I will try my best to answer them if I can.
Thank you for that, sir. Are there questions from the on-site? Wala. So there's an online question here, sir. How does the ground effect affect the climb of the plane?
The ground effect is only at certain level. No, it depends on the chord length of your wing. It depends on the configuration of the wing. So if you want to have a meaning, if we want to have our vehicle to fly higher, but still with the benefit of the wing and surface effect, then we can use a longer wing. Okay, so meaning there is certain we already have defined this height that we can say that this vehicle is benefiting from this wing and surface effect. Now, if we go beyond this level, then we cannot benefit anymore. So meaning it will fly just like a regular aircraft. Did I answer the question, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that, sir. Are there any more questions?
Yes, we have here also from the chat. We will rename the term landing on this. Yes, yes, sir, definitely. But
it's water landing, na, sir.
Yes, we will try to look for an appropriate
term for that one. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. That was really insightful. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sir Jonathan. And we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our National President of the PSME, calling on Engineer Carlito Alpay.
National officers, rather.
Yeah, sorry. Executive Vice President. Yeah, Engineer Greg Sinining, our PSME National Vice President for the Visayas, and Engineer Marin Eric De Luna, BP for Internal Affairs.
Thank you for undying support, sir.
So this is the second day that they join us for their activities. And moving on to the next lecture.
Yeah.
This will be our CPD lecture number 8. The theme towards preventive maintenance program software for micro, small, and medium enterprise, MSMEs, to be presented by Dr. Van Gaetano N. Vergara. Please give us a warm welcome.
Okay, thank you, sir. And to our guests, also from our national office, good morning. And good morning, everyone. And thank you also for inviting me. Now, Okay, before I start with my presentation, let me share you a short story on why I came up with this study. It was actually 4 years ago. But allow me to remove my mask. It was actually 4 years ago wherein one of my colleagues, as we visited one of our beneficiaries in Tangoloan City, and we're having this, we're chilling around. After our plant visits somewhere in Tangoloan, we were talking about the common issues that we've visited because we're actually part of the MPEX consultants funded by the Department of Science and Technology. At that point, we were discussing common issues, particularly on the maintenance aspect. Now, we were discussing along the way wherein we have these common issues normally for MSMEs, no? The micro, small, and the medium enterprises. And then we were thinking, how can we level up our recommendations, or how can we help wherein these MSMEs will actually embrace our recommendations, and somehow they will also do it religiously by the time when we're done with our study. Because normally, when we visited these MSMEs, the common problem is that they have lots of machines and equipment that are actually not working anymore. And during our interview, when we ask them, are you conducting preventive maintenance? They will normally say yes. But when we ask for their document, they cannot present anything. They cannot present any document at all that they're conducting preventive maintenance program. So we'll just, in any case, recommend them on the kind of program that we are going to recommend to them. But of course, since these are MSMEs, then they have to do it manually. So we created a program, and eventually somehow after our visit, the UST will also conduct the post evaluation, and oftentimes some of them are practicing it, but majority are actually not practicing it as well. They will just go on the old ways. And then one of the reasons why we're having this, it is because that I don't know if you know about this program in the UST. The UST is actually helping these MSMEs, and for those who are aspiring to have a loan from the UST is actually granting. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. um. So the program of the UST actually, I'm not plugging this, and I'm just sharing. No? Is that the UST is actually granting those MSMEs, if you want to expand your production, and if you want to loan, and you want to have an expansion in terms of equipment, for example, if you are into machine shop, and if you want to buy some CNC machines, the UST is actually assisting these companies, and it of zero interest. And because of this, to assure that these companies can actually pay moving forward, we need, of course, you have to pay this, but with zero interest. And to have an assurance, we have to make sure that these beneficiaries are actually making these machines worthwhile and running it until such time that they can actually have this ROI. And moving forward, they can also improve their production as well. Okay, so to cut the story short, my friend suggested, why don't we level up our recommendation? And he told me, why don't you design a software for the preventive maintenance that is actually designed only for MSMEs? And so it was so timely because at the time I was also studying my PhD at that time, 4 years ago, starting my PhD. And I thought of having this dissertation of mine. And of course, before we start or before creating the software, we have to have a reference. We cannot just create the software right away. And so I came up with this title, Towards Preventive Maintenance Program Software for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. And in this way, we can assist and help these MSMEs to the level wherein maintenance will be not of a burden in their part. Because right now, we have maintenance softwares actually that are available in the market, but it's very expensive. So my goal, my objective here for this kind of system moving forward, it will be beneficial to the MSMEs. And in fact, it could be, if it is funded, fully funded soon by the UST, then we can have this software for free, exclusive for MSMEs. Okay. So as a start, as part of the reference, so we have to know what are the current issues that are prevailing in the current industries, especially in MSMEs. But as practice, I've been in the industry also for quite some time in some of the large companies. This is also a very common problem. Production and maintenance are not coordinated. Am I right? That's the sad truth. Wherein maintenance will just inform production that we have to shut it down because we need to shut it down. Otherwise, we have a big problem. And of course, production would say no because we have a deadline to meet. And that's the common issues actually. Okay? Next, this is the worst. Repair and maintenance are overlooked. And this is very common to everyone. Surprisingly, one of our clients, when we conducted, aside from maintenance, we also assist them in terms of housekeeping. And during the time, we've conducted a workshop in housekeeping and an actual workshop at their workplace, no? A company somewhere in Mapsuan. And then, surprisingly, after the actual housekeeping, they were surprised that one of their machines that they claimed that was lost for a year was just right at the corner that were covered by different debris. No? As sad to say, one of those machines are very expensive. And because they neglect maintenance or overlook at that point, and then somehow it was not repaired. And little by little, it was claimed as lost. And then they were surprised that it's just there, around the corner, when we've conducted the actual housekeeping. So, meaning the housekeeping actually program, in terms of 5S housekeeping, is really very helpful. Surprisingly, you will find things that are not found from quite some time, and you can just find them by the time you do some housekeeping. Okay. So normally, part of the types of maintenance is what we call corrective maintenance, which is very common, right? And oftentimes, because we're too busy getting our target, and oftentimes we hit this kind of maintenance, corrective. We repair right away our machines that are shut down, and then By that time, we have to force the production to stop because it's not working. But of course, you have already your shutdown time. And time is of the essence, especially if you're at the peak load. Okay? Another type of maintenance is what we call predictive maintenance. The predictive maintenance is not very common actually, no? It needs a certain tool because it actually analyzes the performance of our machine, and it will actually predict some of these anomalies that are happening in our machines. So it needs some tools for us to predict some of those components that needs to be identified. So it needs quite some time. Then of course, we have the periodic maintenance. Periodic maintenance normally, when we buy, for example, when we buy our brand new car, that's what we call the periodic maintenance. So for the first 1,000 kilometers, you have to bring our car to the casa or to the service center so that it will be checked. Then after that, for the next 5,000 kilometers or 4,000 kilometers, it depends on how the car manufacturers design their periodic maintenance. And of course, we have to follow them. And also, this is also commonly present when we buy expensive machines, no? Wherein the manufacturers are actually creating the periodic maintenance and identifying those parts that will be checked daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, or annually. So these are what we call the periodic maintenance, already designed from the manufacturer. All we have to do is just follow. Okay. How about those old machines? Okay. Same with our old cars, which is beyond warranty. How can we preserve them? To preserve them, like in my experience, we know that the lifeblood of our car is oil. So we normally conduct constant change oil. But for what period? As a standard SOP, normally we change oil for every 5,000 kilometers. Mo gina pinaka-safe. Okay? Same with our old machines. So we have to identify, we need to identify the period when we check our machines and equipment. And for certain machines and equipment, we have to identify what are those components that needs to be labeled for its frequency. Okay, so that's the preventive maintenance. Okay, so let me focus on preventive maintenance because this is part of my reference in creating the study. So we all know that the preventive maintenance program refers to a systematic routine to help equipment up and running. So that is why we have this mechanical, visual check, safety check, electrical, and hydraulic unit. These are the common units. Okay. It also prevents any unplanned downtime and expensive costs. You just can imagine if your machine will suddenly shut down and unfortunately a component needs to be replaced. Worst is that this component is not available right now from the supplier. And you have to order this from good if the supplier can buy it somewhere else, somewhere in Philippines. Others, you need to purchase them abroad. And that's worst because you'll be having a longer downtime. Longer downtime is really very expensive as part of production. Okay? Then, of course, in preventive maintenance program, it requires careful planning and scheduling of maintenance and equipment before there is an actual problem. So it's very important that everything should be coordinated. And we cannot just ignore maintenance. The maintenance group should be part of the planning in the first place. They shouldn't be involved, not just the other way around. Okay. So of course, the program also keeps the accurate records for past inspections. So aside from having this program, if we are going to record some of those components that are are breaking down, and take note of their frequency on how long they are going to last, then it's a very important thing to consider, because you will know already if in case it's almost, for example, if the lifespan of this component is only good for 6 months, then by that time you have to be prepared. Before it goes down, you have to replace it right away. And also, you can also prepare as far as your um, components is concerned. So you can stock your inventory. No? So if you are having this component for only for other components are only good for 3 months, 2 months, so you have to stock for safety so that you can continuously run. By the way, next please. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Okay, so one of the reasons why there are issues in implementing the maintenance program is that the mindset or most of the personnel, be it an operator or maintenance crew, also service the perceived maintenance as the least priority in production. So, what I explained earlier, no? Okay, so now most of the companies has a preventive maintenance program that are done manually, especially to those in the large scale companies. However, some of them are not implementing them religiously. That's a fact. No? Nagyuban niya. There are times that they really ignore inspections. So what is the problem then? So this is now my reference in creating my dissertation. So this research actually assessed the existing preventive maintenance activities for micro, small, and medium-scale industries in Region 7 and 13 during fiscal year 2018 as basis for the preventive maintenance program software. Now, why Region 7 and 13? Actually, at that time, I was covering Regions 7 and 13. So, others may not be familiar with Region 13. Region 13 is actually Caraga region, somewhere in Mindanao, wherein nadia ang Surigao, Butuan, no? So, kada galibot ng Caraga. Of course, the good thing as part of the MPEX consultant, you get to tour around the place. No? Our team actually have gone far, not only in Caraga, but we've covered also Soksargen. But that was the most thrilling part wherein we passed by. Fortunately, we're not given any projects in Cotabato City, but we just passed by Cotabato City. Of course, Soksargen covers, it's a very big region, no? Soksargen. From South Cotabato, North Cotabato, Sultan Kudarat, and then Kidapawan, yes, North Cotabato, then Jansan, and Sarangani. No? Sarangani, yeah. Soksargen. So, the most thrilling part there is that every time we travel in that area, I always prayed nga, hopefully may unta nga makauli unta migbuhi. And it's exciting at the same time challenging, and of course dapukulba. Kaya there are times nga mo biyahe mi nga among makitaan puro ra gyud kana kahumayan. Yeah, there are times nga we travel at the center part of this area. We only see sugarcane. Daghang mga tuba dito. North Cotabato is famous not only in palm trees with palm oil, but also in creating muscovado. Sa Bisaya pa, kamay. Well-known kamay. And gladly, muscovado is very healthy. It's a healthy product. Okay. So specifically, this answered the following. So we've got the profile of the respondents. And of course, we have some questions also: to what extent are the preventive maintenance activities performed? Then we also have, what is the current performance level of machines and equipment in terms of the following? And then of course, we have, what are the issues of the current preventive maintenance activities of the firm? Then what are interrelation of issues of the current preventive maintenance can be revealed using DEMATEL. DEMATEL, I know, is not very familiar with you. DEMATEL is actually is an acronym of Decision-Making Trial and Evaluation Laboratory. So it's very useful for complex issues. Okay. Then based on the findings, what design of the preventive maintenance program can be developed? So out of those findings, then we can develop a very good software that is suited right for our MSMEs. Okay. So as part of our methodology, of course, we have the Likert scale and the DEMATEL. No? Likert scale is very famous for using research survey questionnaires. Just summing it up, and then you can get the data from it. And of course, as what I've mentioned, I also use the DEMATEL method. Okay. So we've divided that into 3 sections. So the first section sought to get the demographic profile of the respondents of the firm. Why do we need to get the demographic? It's because that we need to identify the number of employees and what are these employees, what are their background, and the size of the company. Is it micro, small, medium? Okay, things like that. And of course, next, we sought to make an assessment on the extent of the preventive maintenance activities currently performed. It's very important that what are those activities that they're doing. No? And of course, we also sought to identify the current performance level of machines and equipment. So we actually check on the utilization of their machines and equipment. And you'll be surprised later what are those used machines and equipment. Because in Mindanao, they will claim it already as machine shop, even if, well, if it's already a machine shop, no? But most of their jobs are in fabrication. So most of them are creating grills, window grills, gates. Some of them have one lathe machine and the rest of them are just portable equipment. So I'm talking about micro, no? Micro scale industries. These are micro. So that's why we're helping them. So by the way, if you are into, UST is actually open to different manufacturing industries. No, it is open for food production, for machine shop, for furnitures, for gift items or accessories. So these are the categories. And if you are currently doing your machine shop right now, majority of us, since all of us are mechanical engineers, some of our fellow mechanical engineers are actually into machine shop business. And if you want to expand more, and if you want to plan to buy some equipment, no, you can actually approach the UST. If you are from Region 7, you can go to the UST 7 and you may look for the personnel there in the UST that is in charge for setup program. So you can look for Sir LV. And then there you can discuss your plan if you want to purchase something. We actually welcome them. By the way, I'm part of the evaluation committee. No? So if you can call me by the time you apply, and then by the time when you're about to be evaluated, you can call me and just inform me, Van, I saw you in big hotel. Just remind me, nga ako advertise. Okay. And I'll be glad to assist you. Okay. Of course, there's a form there, a template that you need to fill up, because it's like proposing a proposal. This is actually a template for the project proposal. And the good thing there is that in the UST, it's zero interest. No? So nindot kira, mangutang ka may interest. Di ba? And there's a friendly term. No? And by the time maka-impasse ka, if you were able to, if you're a good payer, then, and if you want to expand more, you can actually take another loan. That's the advantage. No? So you can take advantage of our government service if you don't know about these things right now. And we've been helping for quite some time. I've been an MPEX consultant for almost 20 years. Dugay na kading program. Nana. No? So, in fact, surprisingly, some of the regions in Luzon also get our services. We've reached up as far as Calabar Zone. And then, nosebleed na nito kay Tagalog man. No? And we're so happy. And of course, no, you'll be glad to meet some of those entrepreneurs that are from Mindanao or Visayas. Kaya Bisaya, ka. Hindi na ka mag-Tinagalog. Okay. So these are, part of my computation also involves the mean time between failures or mean time to repair. So in this way, we will be able to identify this machine utilization for how long they are used and how long it will take them time to repair and for how long the shutdown also lasts. Okay. Of course, these are the different equations involved in the Mattel. I will not explain it further. So here comes the results of our study. First, we have this demographic profile. So we have these different percentages. And then let me just proceed with this extent of preventive maintenance activities performed. So first, in the quality of parts inspection per machine, what happens here is that the ratings are high, meaning these MSMEs are doing good. Though part of these indicators are low, however, part of the indicators are low, however, because there are items that are very high and some of them are high, so factor average is high. So they're doing good here at this point. Okay? Okay. Di magitanan activities ng bati po nila na mas lang mga best practices po. Okay, that we have to consider. So this is the challenging here because we need to dissect what needs to be assessed. And of course, in recording of machine history card, obviously, gamay rin kayong nag-record ani. And of course, the rating is medium. Okay? So if the rating is medium, then there's a bigger chance for improvement at this part. So we can also address this. Okay. And of course, machine safety is also medium because oftentimes, though, oftentimes, there are times that there will be a machine breakdown due to accidents. But it happens sometimes if you neglect safety. Then of course, housekeeping, surprisingly, it's high because there are parts that were actually low, but majority are in high or very high. Of course, as per their findings, no. Though kato akong i-share ninyo, during the housekeeping activities, what to appeal there is a survey. Now, I was surveying another company. Dako mo to nas mepsa. Kani siya kay ginagmay man ato ang gipang survey, which part of the micro, medium. So kato lang, surprisingly, it's a large-scale company. Muna tabo. Okay? So as a summary, at this part, in extent of preventive maintenance activities performed, the rating is actually medium, meaning there's a room for improvement for this part in this area. Okay, so we can actually improve this one. The next, the current performance level of machines and equipment. So what are the current performance level? So first, in the system of planned preventive maintenance, of course, it's medium. So as what I've shared earlier, normally, maintenance is not part of planning. Even worse, they don't have any budget for maintenance. Ana, wagid, no? Marabag sa gikuan pa come what may, no? Otherwise, wala gid. Okay. Next is machine utilization. Machine utilization is high. Of course, because some of them are actually utilizing all of their machines and equipment. No, on their, as far as their machines and equipment or their availability of machines. Then, of course, as a summary, at this part, it's high. So there's nothing to improve in the current performance level of their machines and equipment because they're doing good. No? Okay. Now, just to show you on the, when I use the mean time before breakdown, no, or you call it mean time breakdown frequency. So we have listed the common machines and equipment in balita. So in company A, as you notice that we have lathe machine and milling machine. They're having 200 to 240 breakdown hours. And also portable drill, portable grinder, and welding machine. So the rest, zero. Why? Because some of them doesn't have these machines. No, kanina zero. Okay, normally what they have is lathe machine, milling, portable drill, grinder, and welding machine. And surprisingly, on the next company, they don't have milling machine. They only have lathe machine. The rest are portable equipment and welding machine because they're more into fabrication. So that's where we can help them. And then we will introduce, why don't you buy milling machine so that you can improve your market. You can increase your production. And why don't you buy not portable drill, but drill press or shaper? So we assist them because and then we also know that though they want to buy these machines, but since they cannot afford at this point, so that's when we offer. The UST will actually help you in terms of financial assistance if you want to buy new machines. No? So by the way, in the UST, we prefer brand new. So when you check for machines and equipment, we prefer brand new. But if you want to choose second-hand machines, just make sure that second-hand machine has a warranty. Otherwise, the UST will not grant your loan. No? It's also for the safety of the department. No? Because this money that will be paid can also be used later for other beneficiaries. So we are also considering that part. Because there are times that there are beneficiaries that will really insist that this second-hand machine is very good. But of course, if you cannot provide some assurance as far as warranty is concerned, then it's very hard for us to believe. No? So you have to, I suggest that you have to opt for brand new. Postlan man ipalit ka. Di ba? Yung mahal ng equipment, brand new na lang yun. You'll be guaranteed with warranty. Ana. Okay? Then of course, we have company C and company D. So the rest of the companies actually don't have the milling machine. They only have lathe machine. And of course, portable. Okay. Ang bunog dyan kanila ang welding machine. So from the 10 commonly used machines, 3 of them, the lathe, welding machine, and the portable grinder are constantly experiencing machine breakdown. Portable grinder, so may common kayo, kanina tawag carbon brass, di ba? Dali ka na masunog. Okay. Welding machine, bunog kayo, kay mura may gamiton without any caring at all. Of course, lathe machine, kay mura po ilang makina without conducting any preventive maintenance. Okay. Now, we also consider those interrelation of issues of the current preventive maintenance that can be revealed using DMATEL. So DMATEL here will actually help us in some complex issues. Okay. So in DMATEL, we have identified 7 issues here. No? So dili kay klaro dere sa pugo. All right, so let me just enumerate some of them. First, we have this production planning problem for manufacturing systems. Okay. Next, we have this effective maintenance interval. Third, we have this maintenance during production time. Then next, we have the accidents during maintenance activities. Next, we have this corrective maintenance, inventory of spare parts, then lack of data. So these are the 7 different issues that we are considering in assisting us later to find out what are the issues that are actually the most contributing issues that really affects downtime. Okay? Continuous downtime. So that's why we use the DMATEL. So we have different tables. Just go right away here. Okay. All right. Now, at the threshold value, we found out that in production planning problem for manufacturing systems, there are actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the 5 contributors. 5 out of 7. And also, corrective maintenance, we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is also contributing 5 factors. And lastly, we also have lack of data, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So out of these 7, we have these 3 factors. Okay? Now, these 3 factors were actually the most contributing factors why we have these issues. Okay? So that's part of the presentation, the cause and effect diagram using DMATEL. Others would love to, by this diagram, if you're practicing commonly DMATEL, you can know right away what are those common factors among from these letters. So so actually those factors were given its designated letters. We have from A, B, C, D, up to letter G. Okay. So as a conclusion, so the machine shop companies are actually performing some activities on their machines and equipment in the extent of the preventive maintenance activities performed. However, at the recording of machine history card and machine safety, they were originally rated as medium. So which means there's a lot of room for improvement, and we can bring it actually to the level of high. By actually practicing, by doing it religiously and manually, we can improve the performance of maintenance at this point. Okay. On the other area of the current performance level of machines and equipment, the main factor that caused the medium ratings were actually the periodic replacement of parts before the machine and equipment will reach the end of their useful life. So the budget allocation for machine downtime due to maintenance and the occurrence of corrective maintenance. So while this may be a major concern, it should be noted also that these deficiencies can also be corrected by study and guidance. Okay. So there are actually ways in improving this by, as what I have said before, you can actually, once you're doing the recording religiously, then you can stock a significant inventory for those commonly used parts that are easily breaks down. Okay. So in meantime, between failures, the main cause of the welding machine being the highest period is that it is the highest running time of all the machines, and preventive maintenance was actually ignored. So muna siya root cause. So this deficiency can be corrected. That could reduce the mean time before failure to its lowest level. If you are going to conduct, of course, maintenance along the way, not just using it and using it. So in line of the issues of the current preventive maintenance activities of the firm, we found out that the production planning problem for manufacturing systems, the corrective maintenance, and the lack of data were among the top causes with the rest of the identified issues. Okay, so planning, corrective maintenance, which is very common, and lack of data, not religiously recording those activities. So it means that these three issues were causing more influences among the 7 identified issues. So in the DMATEL process, if these three issues will be improved, then the result of the issues will also be resolved. So in this way, after identifying this, then we can now formulate the kind of software that is needed for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Okay? So that's all. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Engineer Van Vergara, for introducing also the DMATEL process to us. And then there are some questions from the on-site online participant rather.
Okay.
Pwede po ba yan for startups ang loan po sa DOST?
Yes, pwede for startup for as long as you're operating at least for a year. Yes.
For a year.
Yeah, at least a year. That's the minimum requirement. And for as long as what is important here when you are availing the DOST program, of course, that's the minimum requirement, a year. And of course, when you have that loan, you just have to make sure that you're capable of paying it. That's the most important thing. And if you are vying for a machine or an equipment that requires 3-phase, just make sure also that you are ready for a 3-phase machine. Otherwise, we will not grant you that loan if you are not yet ready for 3-phase connection.
Okay po. So if you have any more inquiries, you can, there's a question here, sir.
I'm George Villanueva, sir, of CHBE.
Okay, sir.
I'm just interested in preventive maintenance because I also have previous experiences in preventive maintenance,
Yes, sir.
especially in the light rail vehicles in Manila.
Okay, sir.
So, as what I understand, DOST is helping small and micro industries
Yes, sir.
in trying to carry out their operations.
Yes, sir.
Then I'm just interested in, is there a ceiling or a cap on the amount in which DOST would grant its participant whenever
You grant
a certain
machine.
manufacturing company or business
Yeah.
would apply for assistance from DOST? Is there a cap for the amount in which a DOST would grant?
Yes, sir. There is. Yeah. Before we are limited up to 2 million, but now you can go up to I think 4 million, 4 to even 6 million. Yeah, 6 million, and then with the 6 million there will be a thorough review. We have this in-bank meeting, and then we are going to decide through in-bank for as long as your study is feasible, then DOST will actually grant you that loan. Yeah. You're welcome,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
And sir, thank you for the assistance. Yeah. So, yes, sir.
Yes, regarding the DOST, it's called setup program. Yes.
Correct, sir. Yeah. That problem.
So if you have any entrepreneurs here, you can avail of this loan, 2 million, and our former EBP in Jensen, he availed around 6 million.
Oh,
For
okay,
that,
sir. Thank you, sir.
I have a client in Las Piñas, the one making breads, crinkles,
Okay.
stuff like that. Nag-grow yung business nila
Mm.
until from start. Then right now, they sold it for the business itself sold it around 35 million.
Wow.
So from startup.
Mm.
Then there's
Very good.
another naman yung gumagawa ng mga beauty soap.
Yes, yes.
Yan. Nag-avail din sila. So and if you have mga small business, you can avail of this kasi zero interest. Very big factor yan eh.
Tama po, sir. Tama.
Also yung mga gumagawa ng furnitures, meron
Yes.
din.
Oh, for furniture.
Nag-avail din yung ano.
Yeah.
I think 2 years. 2 years, yes. Zero interest. Basta
Actually, there's no minimum amount. No minimum.
no.
Yeah.
50,000, 100,000. No equity. You just show your yung no collateral.
No collateral. No collateral.
They will ask for your
No. There's no collateral. Yes. Yes. No collateral.
no face value.
Yeah, tama, sir. Face value.
They will just ask for your audited financial statement.
Correct yan.
One of the requirements yan. Then you will attend the seminar, right?
Yes, sir.
Mag-attend ka lang seminar they will discuss the program. That would be a plus factor if you can submit that. Pwede din. They will ask you. Nandun na yun, included na sa financial statement.
Yeah. Actually, sir, there's actually a template available in the UST. So if you are interested, you can visit the office in Sudlon, Lahok. That's our Region 7 office in the UST. And you can approach Sir LV, and he will be glad to assist you anytime. We're actually looking for beneficiaries. Our government, the UST, has lots of funds for this. No? So I'm just helping them. We're helping them. No? Ano ko nang warta? Ano ko yung budget di ka ito ma-utilize? No? Sayang.
True. It's there for a reason.
Yeah. And take note, we're still July. No? So if you are applying, then it's still early. It's not too late. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you also for sharing, Engineer Warren and
Okay, thank
Engineer.
you.
Thank you. So are there any questions left? Oh, last one.
Good morning, sir. Para sa mga OFW, Assalamualaikum. Ako lang is to verify the formula, sir, regarding the MTBT and MTTR. Dili din na to pwede include ang standby time. Pwede to na to ibalik. Kay diri sa formula nimo is total number of breakdowns. Running time over number of breakdowns. MTBT. Formula na daw. MTBF. Layo na to da. Ba? Hapit na. Kana. Kaning total uptime is, can we consider the total running hours?
Yes, sir. Actually, that's total uptime is the total number of hours.
So, can we minus subtract that one in standby kaya ang operator maniudto mo na
Dili, sir. Mo gina siya equation na to i-consider, sir.
Pero ako ang
Ah.
application na, sir, when I was in working in Atlas, ako kung consider og 30 minutes. Para in reality ba?
Hmm.
Kay ang tao mangihi una. So ang
Yeah.
machine biyaan gina.
Yeah.
Unless it is automated
Oh.
or robotics.
Hmm.
So mao lang ni ako ang inquiry ba. Kinsa tong mga maintenance dire
Okay, sir.
i-consider ninyo ang break time 15 minutes 30 plus paniudto 30
Oh.
plus PX patay oras bingo na.
Oh, bingo.
Salamat.
Thank you for that.
Thank
one,
you for that, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank
A
you,
round
sir.
of applause, please.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Engineer
Okay.
Van Vergara, for that insightful presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, for pointing out the kuyakoy time.
Which is very realistic. So before anything else, we would just like to announce that outside in the registration, there are small forms like this. If you have any concerns regarding our professional practice, internal affairs, and education, please pick one, and then you fill up this form and put here your concerns, and then after which you can put it in this bowls here in front. This is for the on-site. And for online, there will be forms, and it will be emailed later, or the forms will be distributed later for the online. So stay tuned for that. So for any concerns, these papers are outside. These papers here, this one, they are outside, and then you can put your concerns here, and then you can drop it here in front of us,
The forms are in the registration table. for your
right in the
convenience.
entrance, sir. Okay, sir? Klaro, sir? Okay lang? Sige. Thank
So
you.
form part of our plenary session this afternoon. Okay, moving on to the next schedule for this morning is CPD lecture number 9, Safety Management System. This will be presented by a person who has vast experience in Canada on the safety practice, particularly in that country. Without much further ado, I'd like to introduce Engineer Fidelino A. Tinapay.
A round of applause,
Round of
please.
please.
Good morning. Mayong buntag na tong tanan. Okay, ang akong schedule 11 to 12 nya. Gamay na lang ako, 45 minutes na lang. Mao ka? Continue?
We'll give you the
Yeah.
full hour.
I have a lot to share. That's why
Yes,
I'm
sir.
asking.
Yeah, because this is safety.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to express my thanks for being invited here. This will be an opportunity for me to share with you my about 55 years of engineering. And asam ni akong kwan? Okay. So kining programa ha is a very good program. If we really look at the subjects being presented, and there should be an aim, there should be a goal. What do we want from our engineers? We have engineers now that are still supervisors. We have engineers that are now superintendents. We have now engineers, managers, presidents, vice presidents. So you ask yourself, where are you now? And why? There are engineers now, 20,000 a month, 30,000, 50,000, 80,000, 100,000 a month, and so on. Again, ask yourself, where are you now? Now, my topic is about safety, but there is a big relationship between safety and us engineers. Okay. Okay. Go. Ang apa rin naman. Dire? Naman. Oh, sige. Okay. Okay. What na introduction? About me, Nadia? Sige. About me. Why introduction? Wala? Oh, it's okay. I just want to say something so that you will know where I am coming from. Okay. I have about 15 years of solid engineering, about 10 years of management and people, and about the combination of engineering, people, management, safety for the last 20 years. So I am now a practical engineer. I am not a mechanical engineer. I am no longer. I am a practical engineer. Because of my background here in Cebu, in Manila, in Africa, in Indonesia, in Australia, in the States. I have seen enough. I have seen different cultures. I have been trained in 2 languages, parlez-vous français. Saya boleh berbicara bahasa Indonesia. Saya mau makan nasi goreng. So that is where I am coming from. So I cannot ignore but to tell you, we have enough talking of bolts and nuts. We have enough talking of sprockets, chains, and gears, and so on. We have voluminous references about machines, about pumps, about grinders, about all of this. Even in school, how many units is safety engineering? How many? Do you know? Before there was nothing. In our times, Engineer Greg, ano to si Engineer? Wala si Greg? Nawa, nakaihi. Pagpangita, nakaihi. Ha? Hey, maguwang pamatin ako, manguhod ba din ako? Okay, let me go back. Mauni ang atong tanawon og maayo. No, I'm not saying sayop ni. Our course, in our time, I am a 64 USP. There was only 1 unit in safety, combined with seminar. That is where we stand before. Later on, during the time of Bill 40, ni-improve, nahimo nag 3 units ang safety. A big improvement from 1 unit to 3 units. And who are instructors? They are not qualified to be teaching safety. And the number of units is in 3 units. So where are we now? Okay? But because of my experience, this is what I have personally experienced. Engineering equals management. Why? In engineering, we have aims and goals. Correct? We have intentions on what to do. And also, we have intention of making it efficient, effective, and safe. Look at that. That is engineering. Engineering is effective, efficient, and safe. What is management? Management is the same thing. We have our goals, we have our targets, profits, Sinovac, kung ano pa ang atong mga goals. We want it to be done efficiently, we want it to be done effectively, and we want to do it safely. Therefore, trigonometry, identity. engineering equals management. Okay. So, based on that scenario, look at again where you are. Are you balanced as an engineer? As an engineer? So, take a look, where is your strong point and where is your weak point as an engineer? Why do we have engineers that are marginal in performance, satisfactory in performance? We have excellent performers and so on. Bakit kaya? Why? Because we started in voting, and we did not improve. That's why this program is very, very relevant to every engineer now. So again, you ask yourself and ask yourself, co-buddies, where are you going? To stick as a supervisor, to improve as a manager, to be an excellent performer. We are no longer about wrenches and and tools. From what I see, I think everybody now should be on a higher level, which is about communication and motivation. Because these are the two tools that can make you competent. Okay? So now I go now to my subject proper, which is safety, and where it is related to your performance. Okay? Many things are said about management, safety management. But what I am trying to present now is a comprehensive one, although it is just giving you the raw ingredients on safety. But from there, you can already cultivate. You can fill it up, the details. You have practices homegrown. Kamo-kamo lang because mahal kayo magkuha og consultant, mahal kayo magkuha tag practitioner. And there are very few practitioners. Bisa kung saog usab ang standards. But the implementing is difficult. Because there is a basic mentality sa atong mga investors. Safety is just a waste of time. Safety is expensive. So, ikaw na lang ikaw na lang safety, janitor ka, kamao na kag safety. So, but when accidents happen, that is when they get a sack full of money, they have no time to train. Because there is already a loss, a big loss. Okay? So my fellow engineers, focus on loss management control. And the way to control is safety management. I was having a seminar in Mitsumi last January 2020. My topic was about loss control management. One day, Tagaytay volcano erupted. Okay. They have a plant in Batangas. So what happened, my friends? The operation in Batangas was paralyzed. Talking of 15,000 people, operation is commitment outside to deliver product. But the operation paralyzed because of the lava or the dust coming from Taal volcano. So again, my fellow colleagues, are you looking at consequences? Are you looking at losses of company? Not a breakdown of chain, not a breakdown of gear, but look at a higher level. At a higher level. If you are talking of
efficiency of one machine, maybe you can look at now a plant. What is the efficiency of that plant? Can it produce 50 million? No, that is now, you try to, this course is very, very good. Look at the higher level to improve your competency. And one of them is safety. Greg, Engineer Chanining, nga nung kakiang-kiang mangka. Ha? Anyway, let me continue. Safety management system, as I said, ang akong presentation is one, confirm. It will confirm what you know already. Because I have been a consultant for quite some time, so I can say with confidence, what I'm saying is the real thing. First, what I'm saying here confirms what you know on safety. The second thing that I'm going to say here is it will classify what you know already, and it will be grouped according to where it belongs. Dili katag. No? First is confirming what you know. Second, it will realign, it will group what you know already in proper classification. Number three, you will learn something new. Okay? I am not monopolizing what you know. Some of you have homegrown programs. So ato lang i-consolidate tanan, get what is applicable to you. Then try to blow up, no? Cultivate it. No? So here is management. Management is a common, it's a common word applied to various activities. It can be food, it can be in economics, it can be in business, it can be in computer system. But management is a typical one. It varies on the technical portion. However, the strategic, the systematic way of management is still the same. Okay? So let me proceed now. Definitions. First is safety. Avoidance of injury, fatality, and losses due to potential or actual accidents than the hazards that cause thereof. It is the potential or actual hazards and accidents that cause it thereof. Mauna ang pag-avoid, that is safety. If you are avoiding accidents by controlling hazards, then you are safe. So let me put this question. How safe is your plant? How safe is your equipment? Okay? Especially if you have expansion, if you have renovation, if you have demolition. Now, these are activities that are real, especially now. Before, during my time, Pepsi-Cola, our equipment was running at only 250 bottles a minute. Now, you can hardly see the bottles operating. It is now operating at over 1,000 bottles a minute. There is a big change. Another funny change is like this. The evolvement of packaging. Before, from small to big. From 12 ounces, family size, to 1.5 liters, to so on. Now, what is happening? It is now getting smaller and smaller. So there is again a change. Where are your engineers? during this change. You have to remove machines. You have to pull out machines, and you have to introduce these machines. Did you look at the electrical system? So again, this program is very good. Try to broaden your perspective as an engineer. Do not be like a horse. Gitabunan ng kilid, no? So, next. Tayo naman tong definition eh. Balik na gusto. Management is to perform the work of planning, organizing, leading, and controlling in the area of safety and health. System. It is a comprehensive, efficient, effective approach to implement solutions to safety and health problems and specific challenges. So there you are. These are the definitions. And let's look at the details of this. The work of planning. Okay? What do we do as far as planning is concerned in safety? Some doing it religiously. Some sundalan na last year. Some summary. Zero accident. Mauna na itong plan mo. Mauna dahil na. But look at the details. Wala. What do we mean by plan, or what do we plan? Letter B will teach us what to do. Create programs to comply with Republic Act 11058. That was the Republic Act signed by Duterte, President Duterte, in December of 2018. But let me give you the history on safety. Our labor code was promulgated in 1975. Our occupational safety and health standard was promulgated in 1978, or 3 years after labor code. It was signed by Secretary Torres. Revised 1998. Promulgated 1978 and revised in 1998. How many years? 20 years before we update our occupational safety and health standard. Now, because of that, we have a very weak system, no? Ang law, no? Republic Act. So Duterte made a Republic Act, signed a Republic Act 11058. It has already some teeth. It has already penalties. Violation of safety standard carries already penalties. Money. If you don't have a program, 50,000. If you don't have a officer, 50,000. So doon na penalties already. So, what will you plan? Number one plan is, do you comply? Are you complying with Republic Act 11058? Now, that Republic Act have implementing rules and regulation, which is 198. Are you aware of this? Doon na ba tayo mga engineers, nga safety engineers? I mean, as designated as safety engineer? Oh, sige sir. Are you now a consultant or consultant? Insultant. Sige. Ikaw sir. Sir?
I have been a safety officer before at Meralco before I retired. Yes, sir. No, sir, I'm Mr. Buono. It just happened that right after taking the board exam,
Sige,
I
thank you.
happened to land a job in Meralco.
So in Meralco.
Oh, yes.
So
And I have been a safety officer and I'm somewhat concerned with safety.
that was what year?
Uh,
Wala pa si Pangilinan noon, wala pa.
Wala pa.
Wala
It was
pa.
retired middle offices. And because I retired year 2000.
So that's why you're smiling now because we are in the same boat. Okay, now.
Baka classmates kayo, sir.
Huh?
Baka classmates kayo.
Okay, you see, there are 60 here. There's only one practitioner. Practitioner ba? O sige lang practice. Wisener. Consultant na ka. Consultant. Consultant. When I passed PME, hundreds of mechanical engineers, there were only 2 PMEs in 1983. I was second place because my family name is Tinapay, anaguna na ko sa Ison. So by alphabet, second place ko. First place siya. Okay? Okay. Safety is very flat subject. When you discuss safety, you have to put in some humor in it, no? I am now 78, pero doon na tayo meaning karon rin nga. TNLM. Kanang TNLM, tiguang na lami gihapon. Oh. Okay, engineers. Ayaw mo sige tok-tok ka ng taya dito, no? You better expand yourself. You expand. Some engineers can hardly make a memorandum. And you are it's very important to grow in our organization. You have to know how to communicate. In talking, in writing, in coming up with your ideas. That's why some engineers become superintendents, become managers. Some are still in the corner. Sige lang yapog ayo, sige lang yapon og tanawan ng mga makina. Now you have to grow. You have to grow. Okay? Now, there you see. Oh, Ed. Okay. Again, I will try to compare. Di ko magkuha ninyo, daggan na doktor, doon ay master's engineering niya, pa si Galindo. Niya si, nagpatupi naman ko ni. Nindot na siya. Ako nung sila yulo ba eh. Yulo na rin, no? Ingo na ni. Atong comparison. When I became a consultant in year 2000 in Cebu, I was the only consultant in Cebu. Year 2000. In 2007, tulong na may kabuok. After 7 years. Kuiba og si Juan, kining Ed, dito ba sa Transco ba? Edisa, si Edisa, chemical engineer. Ang akong safety training organization, I was the only one in Cebu. My certificate number is 52. As a consulting organization, my number is 4. There are only 4 in the whole Philippines. Safety organization. But how many engineers, masters, doctors, daghan kayo? So we swing a little bit our focus. Look at also the other side, which is management. Okay? So let's go back. Engineers, take a look if you are complying with 11058 and implementing rules and regulation 198. Especially those having construction now. A lot of construction going on, a lot of expansion, renovation, meaning. So I suggest, engineers, you look into safety. Have you noticed in Florida, nag-collapse ang building? How many year natumba ang coral, tumba ang ilang construction. So where are we? That's why we have to be more focused on the law. So in one of your meetings in committee, question, are we complying with 11058? Are we complying with the public with IRR 198? That is one of the plan. No? There are so many plans. For example, personnel training. Do you have personnel training? Now, in Canada, it is a must. Every company must do 6 in-service training. Must yun. Fire safety. Number 1 kina dito. Every company must have 7 fire safety. Next, first aid. First aid. Na? Yeah. Ilang yun ang ipasa sa gobyerno na if you don't follow, you will be penalized. Kwarta. Or if you have a subsidy from the government will stop the subsidy. If you have an accident, your premium will go up. Accident, so that will increase your, there is a penalty. That's why you have to follow 6 training. Site inspection, emergency response. These are musts. No? In town kita, mag-training ta basta na may aksidente. Okay? Kung wala pa aksidente, there is no time. There is no money. But when there is an accident, usa ka sa akong kwarta. Hala, law, padala din na sa punerarya. Pada sa hospital. Na? Nagi. Nanay kwarta. Unya training din ta, training. Because there is already an accident. Okay? So, now you engineers can help. Can help. Okay? So these are the planning function. Na enhancing the implementation standard and penalties thereof. That is the Department Order IR 198. Mao na ang atong planong function. So, in short, as an engineer, unsa man yung isuwat for budgeting purposes. Kanang compliance sa atong Republic Act, atong mga personal protective equipment, ang atong mga equipment, are they safe? The oxygen tanks are safe? Are they in proper places? Atong mga ladders, atong stairways, atong mga confined space, are they safe? Are the people trained? Working at heights. Kana. Because most of us use ladders. Gamit tag ladder. Now, simple. Now, if you go deeper, my friends, you have several trades in the factory, in the implement. Even computer businesses, doon naman ay hazard ka nang nagsige lang og duko diha. Stiff neck. Na nalubot ana, ha? Sigig lingkod, no? Oh. Ang mata, sigig-sigang mata. Ha? Ang kamot, nagsigig kitiw-kitiw. There is always a hazard. So, as I said, look at the occupation and go deep, deeper. For example, a mechanic. Do you have now a complete list of the hazards and the control of the hazards? A mason, a carpenter, an electrician, yung isang kwan ko rito, yung babae, miss, oy, nanghuyaban. Installer daw sila, they are a installer of air conditioners. Madam, are you the one? May mga install kayo ng mga aircon? Oh, you see? Oh. Installing air conditioning, not floor. What about window air conditioner? Split type, nasa 30 story high. So you have working at pitch, you have the wind at 30 story high is very strong. So, ganon. My friends, in construction, what about your operators of heavy equipment? They are subjected to health problems, dust, noise, vibration, heat, rain. So, where are you now? Inikahog sa bakho. Ang pangutanon, naunsa ang bakho? Ang tao, awa na ng tao. Mahal pa mang bakho kaysa tao. Ang bako ay 6 million, ang tao 60,000. O sige, pasubra na to para i-cremate pag diretso. Ano, ha? Okay. Now, so as I said, you engineers, you look at the trades. Yeah? Daghan kay tag nagtrabaho glass and aluminum. My God. Glass and aluminum, they are very hazardous. Those working on tin metal trades, wa gyud ta ana. Wa gyud tay mga standards, antisda, wa gyud mga trade regulations ana. So, my friends, open your eyes, look at the various occupation in your area. Isag sekretary, mabsamad ang dila. Nga naman, ang envelope, anong ibutangan na sige ikaw ni stipple. Uy, paka no si stipple. Sige gunting, sige tabi. Paka no ka na. Okay? Now, look at this. As I said, I am a practical engineer now. Ako nga. So, let's continue. That is planning. Ang planning na to, i-upload na to ang atong mga other areas. But important, 11058 and IRR 198. Continue. Narito sa organizing function. Now, here. Kini mao'y atong, let's look at this so that we can achieve our goal. According to plan, we have to organize. We have to organize these 4 areas. The manpower, how many people and what type of people, what skills do you require? Ini sipyataghan. Bisag di ka mong signal, mo'y gamiton para signaling sa crane operator. Inig-signal down, gi-up sa operator. No? Do not enter. Use. Di mo pa to. Okay? Manpower. Next. Time frame. Kini. Time frame. Pagsod sa pandemic, big medical companies, pharmaceutical companies, they were running after. Kita mo? Everybody was running after completion or preparation of the vaccine. Time. Wanang cost. Wana. Even the purchasing governments, they don't care about cost. They just want it, and they want it immediately. So another resource. So time is a very important resource. When you can. Now this is where we fail. Daghan kayong project, daghan kayong activities that cannot be finished because number 1, wala ang manpower. Sige absent manpower, construction, basta Lunes, wag yun. Mga maoy na, ini ka Lunes, kuyaw no kay safety na. Okay? Number 2, time frame, kana. We have to be, we're talking now of efficiency. Next, promotional materials. So may atong, what can we prepare to make safety an interesting one and sustained safety? Promotions. Also may mahimo na to, my friends. We need videos. We need audios. Na tay mga billboards, doon na tay mga posters. Sus, ang ubang poster. Pag sugod og taod sa poster, bata pa kayo. Ang poster, gibungot na lang, walang nga po nilisi. Because nobody cares about the poster. You have to make it so a promotional. There must be a kick-off time for safety. There must be declared a week of safety. We must also go with the government programs like fire safety. The 12 months from January to December, there is always a monthly theme to be followed. These are promotional material na inyong masunod. Okay? Road safety, Jormer. Karon, with this pandemic, we need promotional materials, sili na promotion, talagang enforce. Then you talk about expense budget. You can declare the budget. You can compute if you have the first manpower requirement, time frame, and so on. Then you can compute your expense budget and their mga personnel equipment, no? Pananglitan, kanang confined space, you need a tripod. You need a motorized rescue unit. So you need that. Okay, next. Top management approval. You also need the blessing of the top management, or else things will not move. The time, you need the money, you need the equipment, tools, etc. Then identify the programs to comply. So what do we want really? Then define the responsibilities. Define the responsibilities. You have a committee, then you have the chairman of the committee and their responsibilities. From the CEO, unsa may responsibility sa CEO, sa plant manager. What are their responsibilities? In programs in Japan and Canada, ang ilag yung safety program, number one is definition of responsibilities from CEO down to committee level. Okay? Next. Controlling. Maguna ta sa leading. Kining leading. Ha? Again, my colleagues, this is important thing. No? You have to develop safety, health, and environment programs. If you have one now, please check if it is still applicable to nowadays. Basig di na mao. And the program have to be approved by DOLE. Mas maayo yun, especially the construction. No? A construction industry, every project requires a safety and health program. Then you organize. From the program, you organize a safety and health committee. This is the working horse. Without a safety and health committee, you will not go anywhere. The reports cannot go anywhere. There is no central point. That's why you need a committee. Next is conduct regular meetings and safety talks. Safety talks, dili man ang tanan pwede mag-meeting, labi na sa mga big organizations. Mitsumi have 23,000 people. Tayo yun din, 12,000. Lear have 12,000. They have big organization. So safety talks can be departmentalized. Even the groups only, group of 10. Basta remind them about safety. Okay? Then you conduct or install performance evaluation system. A board that says, we have now operated 1 million man-hours without lost time accident. We have operated 500 days from previous accident. That is a provisional board. Again, you create promotional activities like contest on slogan contest, like response, like drills, fire drills, compete with other companies. There is especially in Mactan, there is a competition on firefighting. Okay? Then, involvement of top management. Let me just cite you. There is what we call international safety rating system, or it is called 5-star safety rating system. Number one criteria, involvement of top people, CEO. And that will get 100 points. Because ISRS involves points. You cannot miss, no? So if you get a total of, I think, 1,000 points, you are now a 5-star. Meaning, your safety is already 5-star. Mura bag 5-star hotel ba? You have everything already. Okay? Now, that's why top management has to be involved. Is mo attend lang o kausa nga meeting ba once a year. Okay? Then controlling. Now, here we go. Controlling is establishing standards, establishing rules and regulation. First, you must have rules and regulation and procedure. Then, upon the implementation, we follow through, evaluate, monitor if the standards are being followed. Okay? Then, if there is a variation or exception, you have to correct that. Those cannot perform well, you have to coach marginal performers. Okay? And then, letter F. Based on your experience that year, you form your key results areas. These key results areas will be one of your plans the following year. Sa to pa, you will desire, you wish, you can tackle this problem, ibutang na to sa sinituig. O karon tuiga, we were not able to supply the personal protective equipment because you have to import, then you have to prepare itong sayo na to. Okay? That's why it is a cycle. It is a cycle. Safety is a cycle. You identify the hazard, you correct the hazard, and then you monitor. Ang dili matuman, then you put that the following year. Ang one you ma-perform, then you put that the following year. Example. Again, engineers, take note of your power transformers. These are big losses. If you don't take note of that, when was it last serviced? One day, that transformer will just explode. Then you will have a problem. That happened in one company. The plant have to stop for 1 month. They have to import the transformer. They have to hire consultants and engineers. Can you imagine the losses? So, isa yan sa target ninyo eh. Avoid losses. Okay? And then for you to excel among engineers, you have to be creative. You have to be innovative so that you will stick your neck out of the wood. If you just work para lang kakuha lang para bugas, para eskwela mga bata, if you want to excel, you have to perform something that is worthwhile, manotice sa company. Okay? That is creativity and innovation. Of course, handling of people, which is leadership. Anhin na mo lusot. Leading and directing. The function. A good leader, a good supervisor can influence his people. They will work even without him, and they will work efficiently. But if your subordinate does not look at you as the leader, they will just be wasting their time. So one attribute of a supervisor or a manager is leadership. And how do you achieve that? Communication and motivation. People will work for you. They will perform if you have trust you. Technical as well as safety. Okay? Not just shouting or what. If you see sa controlling, I am saying low performers, you coach them. Don't not lambast them. You coach them. Sortihan ninyo. If you see an error, you ask, what is the problem? Gikuwang magutag material, sir. Gikuwang magutag tao, sir. Okay, you as a superior, you give help. Dili kay mga saba, anong dito sa mga tao. Ang putangin na ninyo, mga tamad kayo, man. You will not go anywhere. People are like that. Okay ba, sir? Okay, so that is now the last part of safety management. As I said, these are just the surface. it is up to look at in detail. For example, 11058. Are you complying with all the requirements? Republic Act, IRR 198. Are you complying? You have construction going on. Are you complying? Now, this is a work of a safety man. But it does not prohibit the engineer to call the attention of a safety man. In fact, in a safety committee meeting, that is where you tell everybody, oy, mali ito, kulang, hindi natin nagawa ito. Now, very many companies now are putting senior managers for compliance. For compliance. I know, 10 programs, safety programs. Hindi sila makasingil because the program was not complete. Okay? Yung mga compliance yan is very important. Okay? So, that's the end. Again, I would like to thank the group here, the host, and the other people making this thing possible. And I was able to at least share with you what I have experienced, and hoping you will also try to look at where you are, your competency, and try to work it out. Okay? Thank you. and
Thank you
God
so
bless.
much, sir, for a lot of eye-opener lessons. Thank you for sharing to us. Those were a lot, and it comes from experience, so we have to learn from it. Thank you so much, sir. Before that, sir, someone would like to question.
Good morning.
Morning.
Actually, I'm not questioning sir, because he had a lot of experience with that, but this is more on clarification.
Oh,
Now, you mentioned about the Republic Act 11058,
okay.
also the Department Order
198.
198 series of 2018, right? Now, I noticed the training centers implement the training programs which the number of hours wala na comply. What is the violation under the Republic Act 11058 or the implementing rules of regulation of that Republic Act?
Anong number of hours again, please?
Halimbawa, sir, I noticed the program of course and boss, supposedly that is 40 hours, but ginawa lang 3 araw at or 4 na araw. Is that a violation or wala?
Okay. Okay. That is 5 days.
That is 5 days.
5 days.
That is really the program under the roadmap submitted to the Department of Labor and Employment, right?
Okay. We are talking here, my friends, everybody, we are talking here of the prescribed training, which is COS, construction safety, and BOS, basic right, and the other one, which is LCM, and the fourth one, which is safety program audit. Now, to answer your question, before we cut the number of days, we seek the approval of the center. Sir, we have this problem.
Okay.
So you need to get the approval first of BINAG, the executive director of the center. If you do not do that, then you can be subjected to violation, and probably your safety training organization will have a problem. I can make it worse. Your question. There are even trainings that are done 1 day a week. So they're training, instead of straight 4 days or 5 days, they're making it 4 weeks. So this is even worse situation than what you're saying. And yet they ask the permission. They ask the permission. So to answer your question, yes, it is done compliance of the procedure. Now, it is up now to the center, OSH center, to give a sanction to this company or this organization. It is a violation, not compliant, questionable.
Yeah, okay, sir. Now, I noticed there are training centers. I'm not mention of the name, but this is my observation. So my training ng course at saka boss, ginawa lang ng 3 araw, where in fact that is 40 hours. How come that the 40 hours making into 3 days? 8 hours.
Okay. Some are making overtime. Instead
Actually,
of 8
sir,
hours,
yeah,
pero
I
I
understand.
doubt that. I doubt that. Anyway, that is a violation. Okay.
As far as I know, the Department of Labor in Manila approve only 4 days, Saturday and Sunday, para hindi maka-interrupt sa mga work.
Yes.
Pwede yun. Pero pag nito na ginawa ng 3 araw, ang 40 hours, ito, racket yun.
Mali yan. Mali yan. Mali yan.
Diba, sir? Pero this is a clarification, not a question. No? So I want also to have the opinion from you because you are a training center.
Any question?
Thank you.
Kung kailangan ninyo ang tulong, more on additional na mga information, you have my number. What? Ang communication. May question, sir?
May isa pa.
Sige. Okay. Ito, medyo...
Ato ning question no, nung tinuod ba gyud?
Sige.
Among question, sir, nganong course is construction, occupational safety and health. Nagbayad ko ani XSML 5. Bago ra ko
Construction.
nakakuha course.
Course?
Nganong course wa man lagi industrial?
Industrial. What I...
More on ang training nila more on construction. Nganong di ba ni-include ang industrial?
Industrial.
Safety. Ay, sige, sir. Yung bayad ko nimo.
Industrial is covered under BOS. Under BOS,
ha?
Mga industrial.
So sa Saudi, sir, wala ning kaliwali ning course o BOS. Advice na ko, isa na mag-safety engineer sa Saudi, kuha mo ayos. O siya, ni BOS.
Ni BOS.
Salamat.
Okay. Okay.
Sir,
No more question.
Sir, may isa pa, sir. May isa pa, sir. May isa pa. Actually, I saw your presentation. The title of your presentation is safety management, right? Yeah, safety management. Because safety management system, that is under the ISO 45001. That is higher. That is an international. So what do you think the benefits that we can derive from the safety management you mentioned in this whole?
What do you mean derive? Benefit?
Benefit, benefits natin na ma-share sa audience. Yun lang, sir.
Of course. If you follow this system, number one, you know where you are going. You can measure where you are. Have you implemented this or not? But without coming out your plan, you don't know. Are you achieving something? And if you're achieving something, where are you now? So the top management will appreciate also your effort. Pag wala kayong plano, wala kayong standards. For example, ang target ko this year, we will have 5 trainings. We will have a budget of 1 million. Okay. You did not, after 4 months, isang training lang nagawa ninyo. So the benefit is, ingon ni Peter Drucker, you can measure your performance. If you don't have management, you cannot measure. So that is one benefit. Measure mo, you can tell management, we have done this. This is our plan and we have done this. So give us more money. Kailangan, Mr. CEO, you have to attend our meeting to motivate our people. So yan ang ating You have plans, you have standards, you have rules. So you can follow through and you know where you are. Isang benefit. Your safety manager, safety men, ni-assign ninyo, they know what to do every day. Without this organization, you have to organize the work that to be done. Then your safety officer becomes janitor, becomes a purchaser, becomes a handler of papers, because your safety officer, giduka na. Giduka na because he has nothing to do. But, get this, you must have a record book. You must have a record book to record what is being done that day on safety. Now, your safety man must have a routine, what he is going to do every day, rather than sleeping in a corner, kain nagpansit ito. No, you must have a league book. So when your top management will ask, what have you done? You show him the logbook. Here, this is what we have done. Okay. Sige, do more. I'll give you more money. Sige, go. Ganon. Okay. Sige, sir.
Maayong udtos
Ay, mayo.
Kining the 3 members of the board, national board, are present right now. Our VP Internal Engineer Marin De Luna, our ABP Engineer Carlito Alpay, and your paisano Engineer Greg Sinining. We are in unison.
Okay.
That we would like to invite you as one of our resource speaker in the coming NatCon, subject to compliance of the materials needed to the NatCon and the approval of the NatCon chairman. But if ever it was in the national board, you have already 3 members who will be voting for you because all resource speaker will be invited. So that is if hindi ka magbalik sa Canada. Sa anong sinabi mo? Canada? Canada. Saan Canada? So if you are here, then
ano ba?
it will be October. It will be October 20, 21, 22, 23. Now, the Manila now is being lifted. President Duterte yesterday lifted already it's already a regular GCQ in Metro Manila. And hopefully, by October, we can have like this hybrid NatCon. Okay. So, it is not through electronic, but physically present. That's why we're asking if you will be in the Philippines, then probably...
I'm here.
Okay, so...
I cannot travel anymore.
We would like to ask our Secretariat, Rolly Libet, na she will facilitate to you what are the requirements para you will be guided properly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And also other companies, if you want also training on your people, specific emergency response and preparation, recovery, that is an important training. Hazard identification, recognition, and control. Accident investigation. Kanig yung working at heights. Ako, especially now with this mga telecommunication towers, power towers, tagkang kayo na sila nga mga working at heights. And I conduct also special engineering services like hydrostatic testing of pressure vessels. I can do that. I have done about 100 units in Pepsi-Cola. Mga pressure vessels, boilers, pumps, ganon. I have the equipment and so on. Heavy equipment, traveling cranes, even rigging equipments, my friend. Slings, shackle, beams. I conduct testing on those equipment. And of course, if you can present your company, you want a proposal, you just get our address and I can send you a proposal on training. What I am, sir, I have a program. I studied in Canada, I taught, and I work. Building, since our host chapter is building hotel chapter, I have a complete training program, a school, on building safety and environment system. Malls, hotels, resorts. This is very important. Even pharmaceutical companies, we need to look at the whole environment of the building. Kailangan yan, especially now. Because infection starts at the building. people are carrying the infection. Equipment, materials, people, they are the ones carrying the contaminants inside the building. So we need to have a training on how to maintain quality air. How do we maintain quality water? How do we handle contaminated water? This is the importance of air handling units, the importance of disposal of, see, mga na ta. That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Building
A round of applause,
Okay,
please.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Fidelino Tinapay, for that insights on the regulatory and statutory requirements on safety. Now, we have to move on to the next important part of our
The very important
activity
part.
for today. Lunch is now served. In 15 minutes after, there will be a product presentation. Off na. Okay.
Provide solution for high-end residential applications with limited locations for our outdoor units. Now, Daikin's BRVS High Efficiency Series has a capacity 4 up to 9 horsepower and highlighted features VRT Smart or the variable refrigerant temperature. It is a coordination of outdoor and indoor units to optimize energy consumption based on the actual load of the room. PCB cooling, as we all know, air condensing unit is a heat generating equipment. So those heat being generated could affect our electrical parts. So Daikin has brought us up a solution to cool down the PCB via PCB cooling. And of course, our ECCU could operate up to 52 degrees Celsius. So that is an ambient condition of the location of the outdoor units. And the last but not the least, the same concept with high voltage PCB shield. Okay? Next. As what I have said, ECCU for high-end residential applications, for example, the condominiums, ECCU is allocated for, the balcony is allocated for ECCU unit location. Due to its compact design, it has also an optional adjustment air grill. Optional adjustment air grill to divert discharge air from ECCU to the specified direction of flow to prevent short cycling of air. Okay? As what I have said, BRV system could connect different indoor units, not limited to wall-mounted type, but you can also connect wall-mounted and ceiling concealed type. It has a long piping length up to 120 meters. Okay? It has also an automatic refrigerant charge. Good to know for contractors and mechanical or air conditioning units installer. because this unit has a automatic refrigerant charge. It simply means we could avoid or prevent nga sobra or how do I say it? Overcharging of refrigerant that could means cost and affect unit performance. Worst for undercharging also. So with this, automatic refrigerant charge functions maintains the efficiency of our units due to installation. Next, I have also a questions before I proceed. And anyone who could answer has a prize. My question is this: what is the common practice here in the Philippines with respect to the connection of two pipes, especially for copper pipes for air units? Who want to answer? For copper pipes. Kasi kailangan ito bag. Ikaw, sir.
Bisa bridge building? Building na building. Kanang Bluetooth so. Bluetooth style ba?
Okay. So, sir, sakto si sir. Ang yang natubag ganina bracing pero mo na to sakto. Ang first answer mo ganina sakto. Bracing. So, bracing ang common practice sa connection between two copper pipes. Field bracing. Now, kinahanglan ka og torch. Bracing rods. Of course, acetylene mga tangke nimo. Kinahanglan sa kaog, you need hot work permits. Okay? But this is the problem. Many uncontrolled site conditions, therefore it is not easy to keep piping clean. Piping runs in the ceiling is more or less 3 meters higher than the floor level, and you need to work on scaffolding, or if you could do kining, what do I say, hagdan. Next, it requires hot work permit, as what I have said before. Those scenario can be seen especially to mga say tawag gani. So, the tight fit, as what I have said, changing the culture. Tight fit, a non-brace connection suitable for piping, can be joined easily and quickly without bracing and provides leak-free tightness. With tight fit, you could save labor savings with unskilled workers. Believe it or not, bracing need an in situ or skilled workers. Safety. No need for fire watcher because you are no longer working on hot works. Leak-free quality assurance. And of course, a clean workspace. What we're gonna do is this. Instead of using those materials that I have showed from the past slides, we will now be using the wrench and the marking gauge. No need an in situ skilled worker. It means low labor cost, and second, low kining. It doesn't take much time compared to bracing works. And I will show you some slides. Some video.
我还有一只借出去了。
So as what we have seen in the video, you could surely save money, time, if we are going to choose tight fit as an option, especially for kining mga fit out project. Okay? Especially fit out projects. Next. There are two issues that I am going to brought up here. The first issue would be the IAQ, or the indoor air quality. The second issue is this: the energy efficiency and operational cost reduction through building management solution. Before we are going to end our discussion for today, indoor air quality. One of the interesting questions that we need to ask is this: what posters more risk? Is it the indoor air or the outdoor air? The air in the room or the air outside the room? Well, you will say it depends. But ladies and gentlemen, contrary to most people believes and would expect that outdoor air is more risky compared to indoor air. But to multiple studies, it is found out that indoor air is more risky, and I will say more dangerous, quote unquote, compared to outdoor air. But as we all know, we spend our time 90% indoor. Therefore, it is more than necessary to maintain indoor air quality at highest level as possible. Otherwise, it has a detrimental impact on our performance and comfort. Muna ang outside makakita. That's why sometimes you will see people at work sleepy, especially to those who haven't slept last night. Basically, indoor air composed of these basic particles: dust, animal dunders, and pollens. Microorganisms in the form of bacteria, virus such as COVID-19, and molds. But of course, other harmful gases such as VOC, or the volatile organic compound, carbon dioxide, NOx, and so much more. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we mechanical engineers designed our building with sufficient ventilation. Some would use HRV or heat reclaim ventilator, energy reclaim ventilator, and other ventilation devices to introduce fresh air with high efficiency filtration. But as we all know, recently the Department of Labor and Employment has released a department order regarding the guidelines on how to control and prevent the spread of COVID-19 virus at various indoor workspaces. Good to know to those designers who are about to design a building because they could apply those guidelines. But how about to those buildings that are old and have not yet complied with those standards? The first thing would come into our mind is to put HRV above the ceiling and route some ducting. But that could mean a cost. Especially we will put some, because Dolly had required a minimum of MERV 13 filters to our FCU. Ladies and gentlemen, please hear our piece of advice. The Daikin's air purifier. That's simple solution. Yes, that's a very simple solution. Daikin's air purifier is equipped with electrostatic HEPA filter that is capable to remove particles up to 0.3 microns at 99.97% of efficiency. Daikin's electrostatic HEPA filter efficiently remove particles via electrostatic HEPA electrostatic forces. Unlike conventional HEPA filters, remove particles by the fineness of its mesh. Therefore, it is prone to clogging, high pressure loss, therefore low circulation of air. Daikin streamer, Daikin air purifier removes microorganisms in double method. Number 1, plasma ionizing or active plasma ion. Second, the very unique technology of Daikin, the Daikin streamer discharge. What is active plasma ion? This is an existing technology wherein it discharges negative ions to the room and react with the air to generate OH radicals that helps decompose protein viruses such as allergens, molds, and bacteria. Second is the streamer technology. Ladies and gentlemen, some air purifiers depend on UVC light. Daikin utilize the streamer technology, unique to Daikin. It is a type of plasma discharge that generate high-speed electrons that has an oxidative decomposition power to remove viruses, bacteria, and other harmful particles. Now, Daikin streamer technology is proven to kill some types of viruses and bacteria. So as you have seen on the screen. But I know one of the questions that you are about to ask while you're sitting in your chair. Does Daikin streamer technology is capable to deactivate or inactivate the COVID-19 virus? I myself is confident enough. Daikin, in collaboration with the group of research professor of microbiology in the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine from Okayama University of Japan, has demonstrated that Daikin streamer technology could inactivate SARS-CoV-2 up to 99.97% after 3 hours. After 3 hours. So, those are the Daikin's air purifier product lineup. We have up to 41 square meter coverage, highlighting an air purifier that does not only purifies the air, but also maintains relative humidity at indoor. We have also an air purifier that could cover up to 31 square meter, can cover up to 21.5 square meter and comes into different colors. Therefore, get clean air with Daikin. Second issue that I have brought up, that I have said earlier. And before we're going to proceed, I have one question. This question has also a reward. The question is this, and I'm going to reconstruct it. How many or how much the average percent of energy consumed by an air conditioning system in a whole commercial building? Who said 60? Who said 60, sir? Bigyan ng, hindi jacket, sir. Bigyan ng coupon yan. Thank you, sir. Anarami. So, iba din to. Marami kaming dala dito. Pero malapit nang maubos. So, 60%. 60%. That is a large percentage in terms of building operational cost. I know that every one of us here are very eager to solve such issue. And if I am going to ask you, we have an individual solution. Not anymore air purifier, but advanced than air purifier. The building automation system. But the question is this, do most buildings have an automation system? If you are going to make a survey right now in Cebu, you could only find out that only those high-rise building is capable of building management system. Building management system are complex, expensive to design and implement, need dedicated staff to manage, and mainly for large buildings. Mainly for large buildings. But the question is, and lead to a fact, there are small to medium-sized buildings compared to large buildings. And that is true. And lead to another fact. Small and medium-sized buildings do not have building management system. If that's so, why they can't? Because they think it's so difficult, mahirap yan. It is unnecessary, hindi ko na yan kailangan. Ang galing ko ng magtagalog, no? Think it will be expensive. Masyadong mahal yan. Don't know how to implement. Para sa mga Bisaya, di ko kamawana. And aware of the benefits. But if that's so, what are the challenges are about to meet to those who are operating of small to medium-sized buildings? How can they provide greater comfort? How can they respond at a faster phase to downtime? How can they identify area of wastage? How could meet temperature preference of their tenants if those buildings operated on a tenant basis? How could they offer tenants a fair billing for air conditioning usage? Total energy consumption divided by number of tenants is not a fair billing. How could they utilize operational data to improve efficiency? How could they reduce their air conditioning system operational cost? Ladies and gentlemen, what we can manage, what measure we cannot manage. I say it again. We cannot measure, we cannot manage. And this is true. Therefore, the Daikin solution, a smart solution called the RIRI controls. RIRI stands for remote control, meaning you do not need to go on the thermostat to adjust the temperature. You just go to the central controller. E stands for energy management. You can manage the energy consumptions of your utilities. I stands for indoor air quality, meaning indoor air quality parameters you could manage and you could control. R stands continuously you could manage and monitor the energy or whatsoever parameters that you need to monitor. And of course, these are the product lineup of Daikin controls. We have an application for office, hotel, and homes. First is the RIRI office. Ladies and gentlemen, RIRI office is an ideal building management solution for all sizes of buildings, especially to those buildings at small to medium sizes. This smart building solution is affordable and scalable building control that provides end users with control and automation of your building utilities such as air conditioning units, lightings, and so much more. This is the overview of the RIRI office. You could connect up to 40 outdoor units and 256 indoor units. And not only that, you could also integrate your utilities such as lightings, ventilation devices, and other devices that needs digital input-output control. Smart devices, it means you could now measure and to give us possibilities to manage those energy that we consume. And IAQ parameters are not impossible anymore with RIRI control because you could integrate other IAQ sensors such as CO2. For example, some people are about to sleep. It means low CO2. So automatically by interlocking features, if the CO2 level could is not on the threshold of IAQ parameters, especially in ppm levels, so it will automatically activate the ventilation devices. Next, the RIRI Office Plus. This is an expandable features that we could manage up to 2,048 FCU and 320 outdoor units. Okay? So, we have also an applications for RIRI Office multi-site wherein you could monitor multiple buildings at different locations through a secured cloud-based platform. We have also a RIRI Hotel for hotel application. We have also a Riri Resort and Riri Homes, not only for commercial applications, but also to the extent for residential applications. Ladies and gentlemen, what BMS can do, Riri Controls could do. Okay? So, thank you so much for your listening, and I hope kining you have a very good sleep. I'm sorry. I hope kining we've done our best. We meet your expectations. Okay? So, if you have concerns or questions, you could reach us to this address at front of San Marino Residence. That is the landmark, G. De Vera Street. Okay? But to answer to answer your questions, the varistor is the main components to control the voltage fluctuation. Okay? So thank you very much for your listening and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Lucio, for the product presentation and in-depth information on your product.
Yes, and we would like to thank Daikin for sponsoring a lot of our raffle prizes that includes 2 air purifier, approximately around, how much kayo siya, Ma'am Beth? 18K? Tama ba? Lock and Lock store pan, 10 pieces of it, and bath towel, 10 boxes with 2 pieces of towels inside each box.
I'd like to call on Ray Soria, whose name was called earlier but was not able to get his prize.
Yes, kay Sir pala tong nasa harapan.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations! Sa Inovac daw yan, sir, no? All right, at this juncture, we thank our sponsors. We would like to present to them this certificate of appreciation in grateful appreciation and gratitude for their significant contribution and full support to PSME as our product exhibitor during the 7th Regional Conference. We award the certificate that is given on the 17th day of July 2021 online through Zoom and at Big Hotel, Mandawi City, Cebu.
I'd like to call on Engineer Edwin Torrillo to give the certificate to the exhibitor.
We also call our chairman of the PSMRC, Engineer Gregorio Seneneng, to us together with Dr. Torrillo.
For the first recipient of the certificate, we are calling on Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines Incorporated to receive your certificate of appreciation for your sponsorship during this event.
Once again, Lincoln Manufacturing. Any representative from Lincoln Manufacturing? We move forward to the next, to our next sponsor. We have from Kaishan Machineries Philippines.
Representative from Tyson, please come forward. They're not around, so we move to the next exhibitor. We call on FH Commercial Incorporated. FH.
FH Commercial Incorporated. We have from LM Paragsa Consulting Service. Wala rin. We have from Atlanta Industries Incorporated.
From Elcar Mercantile Corporation. Is there Lito or?
One Elcar Mercantile Corporation.
Ano to sa sud?
Once again, from One Elcar Mercantile Corporation. Please give them a round of applause.
Would like to call on next MSL Global. Please come forward.
We have from RBR Industrial and Trading Corporation.
And calling again, Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines Incorporated.
We also have from Krypton International Resources Sales and Services.
Treasure Island Industrial Corporation. Calling again, Treasure Island Industrial Corporation.
We also have from Liling Commercial Incorporated.
Lauron Refrigeration and Air Conditioning.
Sir Ami. Prime Review Center.
National Panasonic.
Daikin in Air Conditioning Philippines.
The whole team of Daikin is coming over.
Full support?
Full force.
Ito yung maganda, full force talaga, full support. We also like to thank Coppel Philippines. They've sponsored 1 HP air conditioning unit. Once again, Coppel Philippines. Wala, sir.
Electrochem Marketing Corporation.
Electrochem? Lata. Electrochem Marketing Corporation.
Kanina, mga pa'y nakakuha sa...
We'd like to call on Eastman Industrial Supply.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Supreme Steel Pipes Corporation.
Thank you.
Once again, Supreme Steel Pipes Corporation.
Thank you very much. Supreme Pipes. Okay. Kompleto sila.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
All right. Meron na, bumalik na ba yung ibang sponsor na natawag kanina? No one else? Okay. So, okay. Yes. So at this juncture, we now proceed to the next CPD lecture that we have. Quick, flexible, innovative, replicable, and mobile firm by project please help me welcome Dr. Ronald M. Galindo. Wala bang mga kamay? All right.
Good afternoon to everyone. Okay, so I have my face shield, I have my alcohol, I have my face mask, fully loaded. Okay, so, but you will know that my voice might be affected, the volume, because of my face shield. But if I'm going to take this out, what happened? Okay, so, but I don't want to take my face mask. Okay, so I have my alcohol, 70%, but I don't drink. Okay, so to our beloved president, organizers, professional mechanical engineers, good afternoon. If I can remember, I tried to share last Visayas Regional Conference in SM Cebu, and I talk about indoor air quality. I didn't expect what I have been doing is really in consonance with what will happen. So that was 2019. And seldom people would listen about indoor air quality. But the time when COVID-19 came out, well, the time when that virus came out, I said to my wife, well, it's airborne. But well, WHO before didn't say airborne. But with all of the articles I have read, and that is really airborne. But still, whether airborne or not, we are prone for contamination. So above your head, while you are sitting, you have the contaminants. These are dirty air. It should be taken out from this area. And then, of course, that will be placed in another area. So you might be asking, well, I am Ronald Monar Galindo. I spend more than half of my life teaching. I tried to be in industries, but well, my mission is on teaching. So I would say, if you are in the university, well, I think no engineers will be in the industry if without the university. So, but still, we need to collaborate, we need to connect. But along the way, as a professional mechanical engineer, a researcher, and also, well, everything in us, you might be asking, why firm bike? You are familiar with all the folding bikes, the e-bikes, everything. So before I started biking at the age of 5, I can fix my bike at the age of 6, and I do entrepreneurial activities with the bike. I didn't expect that the bike will fly. I didn't expect that the bike will be loaded with everything. So because of the pandemic, that was March 16, 2020, if you can remember, that our President Rodrigo Duterte declared we are the state of emergency because of the coronavirus, COVID-19. You are in the pandemic. All universities were closed. Nobody expect that this will happen. Maybe universities plan a lot. They have their strategic plans. But there was no plan regarding that you have to step on the brakes, right? And then, like operating an lift machine or operating a machine, and then you have to stop on emergency. So I have the Firm Bike project. This is an online teaching and learning anytime, anywhere. So I am connected with Cebu Technological University in Cebu City and Philippines. So why Firm Bike? Well, looking at the World Health Organization, I have taken this last July 15. Globally, there have been 188 million confirmed cases of COVID-19. Those are facts, including 4 million reported to the World Health Organization. As of July 14, I'm sorry I was not able to take it this today, a total of 3.4 billion vaccine doses have been administered. I hope you are one of those 3.4 billion. Okay, so with this data, you will see that confirmed cases globally, just imagine 188 million, 128,952 cases, and so increasing. And also deaths of 4,059,339. Imagine, what's the population of Cebu? Do you know the population of Cebu? Huh? So just imagine a particular city wiped out. We are not placing this in all plans, in our safety plans, in our budget, in industries. So for the learning disruptions, because we have learning everywhere, disruptions everywhere, disruptions in the companies, hospitals, universities, restaurants, hotels. Only few survive until now. Even those manufacturing industries, they're not operating 100%. Maybe they are now operating 50 to 60 and all the 70%. But mind you, with all of this, there are a lot of industries close shop, businesses close shop, and even schools worldwide. So in the Philippines, because of the closure, learning disruptions would mean about 28,451,000. Primary, secondary, and tertiary. Learners, affected learners were about 192 plus. And total enrolled, imagine, there were about 1.6 billion learners out of the 190 countries during the peak of COVID-19 pandemic. I think your sons or daughters or kids experience this, and we are flat-footed. As of now, I have not met my students yet since March 16, 2020. The problem, considering mechanical engineering graduates, they don't have the OGT. They don't have the laboratories. They don't have even straight online classes. What will happen to our graduates who will become engineers? I think they don't have even board exam. They are still waiting. So okay. COVID-19 pandemic brought learning to a screeching halt worldwide. Pag-break, stop dito. Creating the most severe global education disruption in history. So as I said, 1.6 billion learners were affected out of the 190 countries. And then 100 million teachers and school personnel were affected by these sudden closures of institutions. Just imagine. So today, half of the world's student population, more than 800 million learners still affected by the full or partial closures of universities. So they are still remain closed. We are still planning to open, but the problem is, are we safe? Now, disruption is really a global challenge. according to the World Health Organization, you have said, okay, it's airborne engineering. When they say air conditioning, ventilation, the dilution, the income. But on the other side, I shared the indoor air quality. In other communities, parents are busy picking up the modules in schools, and then distributions of modules, and then they've been collecting. No, so next slide, please. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, referring to the implementation of the it was found out that 66 7% they have the home subscription. So we want to really see to it that our kids will be able to connect. How about the teacher? How about those working in the remote or do you have the poor signal? You have the gadgets, but you don't have the signal. You have the signal, but you have the gadgets in that area. So I'm sorry. Okay, so you have the gadget, the laptop, you have the signal, you have the power bank, and so on. Sometimes Vico will say, we will have a brownout for about 8 hours in that area. If that will happen, what will you do? You are the teacher, and you have the time to meet your students. I mean, have students coming from Jordan or outside the country, so we have that online. So how can I meet them if ever I don't have the power supply? Or either I am in an area where there is a signal, but there is no power supply. So what will happen? So I came up with a firm bike. This is a flexible, innovative, replicable, mobile, built to impart know-how and expertise all in one. No, so this is a fully loaded bike with solar panel, solar light, smart HDMI TV monitor. Of course, you have the accessories for solar, power storage, inverter, controller, mobile gadgets and apps. And then I have the Bluetooth speaker. So we have the Globe and Smart Mobility connectivity kits. It's a human-powered pedal, or this can be upgraded to e-bike. And then you have the stability wheels. This is a four-wheeled bicycle. No, simple kayo, no? Four-wheel bicycle. This is really a passion. So this is to develop the firm instructional technology equipment to impart know-how and expertise to the marginalized and the disadvantaged students, who those who cannot really afford. And then it is one of the objective is to produce smart, fully loaded, human solar-powered four-wheel vehicle for online teaching and learning. So wherever you go, you can teach. Okay, and then this is to provide less privileged students to have an access to sponsored free internet connections with provision of an alternative power supply. So that is ambitious. So this is a project. I know you have money, but are you willing to sponsor a free internet connection for the whole community, about 500 pesos? That's the mobile data. So this is it. Go ahead. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the firm features. So we have the solar panel. You learn on how to connect. One way is out of the training, you know how to connect, how to install with all the power accessories, with all the Wi-Fi routers, or you may change this LCD to HDMI, and all this fully loaded. So we have stability wheels at the side to have that you're safe. If you don't know how to ride a bike, then still you can ride a bike. And then you have the beneficiaries. So I am doing the testing, by the way. I don't have to show here the results of the testing because I'm extremely glad because this paper was accepted in the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. I had to present this, the whole of the paper on November 1 to 5, online virtual conference. Supposed to be, I will be leaving for States, but this is online. So
February 22, 2021, we were invited to present innovation pitch, the sustainability pitch, wherein you are going to talk within 5 minutes. So with the 12 slides, you have to pitch in for 5 minutes. Just imagine 5 minutes. And then, with this project, we won. The price was 15,000 and pesos, not dollars. And then this is all about under the society category. So because of this innovation, turning the bicycle into a four-wheeled bicycle to be used in the remote community. So, and then aside from this, since we want to protect, so we filed the patent, utility model registration at IPOFI. So we fill up this as part of the invention, and then we are waiting for the certificate to be released. I hope that will happen. And then, as I said, the paper was accepted, I think last week, in the American Society of Mechanical Engineers International Mechanical Engineering Conference and Exposition. This will be on November 1 to 15, on November 1 to 5. Where the registration is about $399. That's quite high for us. That's 400 times 50, that's 20,000. Just to present, just to be published. But still, there are a lot of competitions, a lot of standards to follow to get the paper published. So we have this, and then, so this is their site. The Congress is online. It's the first. I was there before 2018. I was in Pittsburgh. I also presented the paper. And then now, since this is online, so good, because the BRC, PSME are doing this in here online. So other societies all over the world are using online platform, no face-to-face. So with this, hopefully I will be bringing PSME in that area, in that society, and also representing the school as well as the country. So, well, lahi man ilahad, wala ilahag professional mechanical engineer, ang ilahag professional engineer. But we have your exams also. So we have this, and then we need to create, connect, and collaborate. I cannot do it alone. We cannot do it alone. We need industries. We need LGUs. We need like you. We need sponsorship. Because school without students, you have a building. Feeding nice students, why building? That could be fine. That is fine. Okay na. Pero still the class will go on. But now we have the problem. How to see to it that we have to retrofit the classroom for face-to-face that will come. And next is how we can connect our students. Okay, so we have the stakeholder like the Biolab Diagnostics Essentials, the Operation Mobilization Philippines, University of the States who taught us on the canvas, and then we also have the Barangay Samba Dos, and we connected with the Solartronics and solar industry, and then we have Friends International. So now the trend of engineering is not only local. The only way is to connect local, globalization, internationalizing our program. Because although you are in MEPS, although you are in Mactan, your company is not local. That is owned by a foreign, yeah. So it may be a Japanese company, American company, European company. So how can we be able to adapt their culture or even the way of being managed in that industry? So we need to have this internationalizing engineering programs. How do we internationalize? Now, Cebu Technological University is the only state university member of the 16 partner universities of France project, that is Erasmus Plus project. So aside from the staff mobility, we have to engage our students to know the culture of other countries and also share our culture, and we will know how they really exist and they work. Of course, they work with the standards. Now we are bound with all the standards in our industries. So, example, even safety, even with these protocols, we are bound with standards because we want to go beyond standards. Even for universities, we want to go beyond standards. If you fall below the standard, then you're not passing. Okay, standards is that when we say to be part of the group to pass beyond standard is not an accident. It is really an intentional way of passing beyond standards. So we have the French project. This is where we can connect with different Asian universities and also from 4 European countries. Now the fund is coming from the European Union. And there are 3 universities in the Philippines. We have University of Cebu, St. Louis University in Baguio, and Cebu Technological University. So before the pandemic, we have been meeting this. We have the GoTo meeting. If you are familiar with the GoTo meeting, wala po ng Zoom, wala po ng uban ng mga Google Class or whatever, but we are using it. So we have been exposed for that conference, and I know that will really come. But how are we prepared for this? Are we prepared? No. Okay, so infrastructure-wise, we still have to look for funds. So next is, this is all about internationalization at home. You need not to go to other places to be international. Attending web conference online, that is part of internationalization. If you are attending conferences online, international, then you are internationalizing yourself. So we have connected with the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, referring to engineering education, the future is now. There, it was discussed on how to deliver laboratories. Maybe you can connect through online lectures. Now we cannot just rely on how stuff works, YouTube, and so on. So, atong graduates, mga YouTubers, YouTube engineers, sila tanaw sa video ba? Kaya pagkahuman, that's it. Eh, wala may muanto sa school. We are not allowed to come. Now, how they did it? We also have this problem. Although they are above our level, I will say above our level, internationally accredited sila, but still they have the problem. Why? How can their students be able to connect when there is no face-to-face? What will happen? They don't have the skills. You can learn by reading, by doing research. But how about your skills, hands-on? So, example, well, SolidWorks or AutoCAD. In our case, softwares are installed in the computer lab, right? Unless otherwise you have that crack or pirated software, but all those licenses are installed in the computer lab. Then, if you are a student working at home, studying at home, how can you connect to the laboratory? You cannot go to school, so you can't use the software. But in our case, they use the cloud computing. Okay, mana na siya. Mana ang BS Mechanical Engineering o BS Mechanical Engineering without all this state-of-the-art advancements of technology, then will be left behind. Ano lang, katulad sa DICAM. So, you have the IoT, the cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, robotics and automation, and so on, cloud computing, so on. If you are a mechanical engineer without all those things, knowing, we will be left behind. But what we need is to be able to adapt, be able to catch up. Although mga seniors pa daw nata, okay? But we want to catch up, but even using the gadgets. Okay, so next is the hiring of our graduates are done online. Orientation. Komatsu every year comes to our university to hire, to give exams, but now it's online, orientation, hiring, and so on. Even interviews done online. So hiring online. So you will be working online. You will be paid online. And you will be fired online. Tama, ba? Online na na. And if you don't have all the things like, well, of course, Kwarta Padala, Palawan Express, Banto Bank, GCash, and so on, then if you want to have that online face-to-face of paying your bills, then you will be left. If you have a business, we want to connect online. Okay? So, now, as I said, I'm happy because we're connected with Bonma University and with some of the leading professors. If you're going to use the face shield, and then you have the face mask, and then you have your eyeglass, you will know that there is a mist. Do you follow? Do not say mist, more than condense. And that will be able to hinder you from driving and seeing it visually. I think you have experienced it. Ang imong breath, ang imong ginhawa, tama na yung moisture.
Free sa ang air, clean siya, niya naa siya airflow. So maintain siya. Okay? So we have our meetings for this from the different countries. We have our titos and manginom tag kape, we will celebrate together. So pwede day mag-inom dali, no? Pero online. This is one of the activity. And then, well, of course, today, BRC. So I really congratulate the committee for coming with this online. So hopefully I can share this BRC, this PSME outside the country. So this is about internationalization. And then since we won the 15,000, what is 15,000? And we are fan of playing tennis. So we donated this, okay, 15,000 divided by 5. So gamay na lang, no? Kuhaan pa sa mga other expenses, 2,000 per person. So instead, we come up with a project of tennis training wall for all at CTO. That's a project. So we have the tennis training wall. And then we have here the repainting, and we use it as our price. No? So we spend it for the labor cost and the painting. So the firm bike is a flexible, it's not folding, but flexible. Innovative, replicable, you can replicate it, you can do it. And then mobile. It is built, the bike is built to impart know-how and expertise. So for the whole year round, every Saturday, I need technical volunteers to share their expertise, of course, free of charge. This is about technical volunteerism. So if you can share this, then we can share this to the community, to the LGUs, and hopefully we'll be able to teach all about STEM or science, technology, engineering, management, or mathematics or mechanical engineering in the community. So there are a lot of good guys, even in slum areas, only that they don't have the opportunity to go to school. So what the mechanical engineering profession or society can do? Well, share your expertise for free and then share that the community, and then we'll have a big impact and make a big difference to the community as well. So this is a fully loaded. All are folded. You can dismantle the frame. This is PPR, made of PPR, polypolymer, copolymer random PPR pipes. And then within 20 minutes, you can dismantle it. You can remove everything. And then I just use fat bike to be able to withstand the loads. No? So the rider, maybe 100 kilograms. And then you have all the accessories. So of course, we see to it that the frame will be able to withstand all the loads. Okay, now, whatever chapter or wherever chapter you belong, you need to have the partnership. Partnership. Now, partner is P, practical philosophy learning. A, agree and advanced thinking. R, relationship building. Trust each other. Nurturing personal discipline. Expertise sharing and reverence of nature. And respect one's culture. That's partner. Partner. Now we are on a ship. You serve and share technology. Hopeful and honest in all endeavors. Inspired to improve innovative ideas, perseverance to move forward. That is to attain our goals. But this is all about the project to succeed. Now, with this online teaching and learning, blended modular modes, under the flexible learning strategies, we need to connect, collaborate. We need to raise funds. If you might be asking how much? Well, it depends on the bike. There is a bicycle cost 200,000. There's a bicycle cost 100. There's a bicycle cost 50,000. Or it depends on your bike. But still, in this project, we'll be teaching the users on how to set up and install solar panel technology, solar power technology, know how to use the PPR plumbing works, and even try to come up with that bike. So hopefully we can share this with LGUs in different barangay Cebu. There are about 80 barangays in Cebu. So if there is a like this in the barangay, fully loaded siya, I think it can help the barangay. Pwede siya, load payments or other services that it can really help. This bike is also loaded with auxiliaries where you can insert and plug in the mapping service, and you can map the multifunction or multi-purpose sports complex by using and riding the bike. Okay, so the firm bike is composed of the team. I myself as the team leader and also the inventor. And then we have the ECE on the research and development, Dr. Obiso. And on the production and finance, Dr. Tibay, for also a PME. And then Engineer Ayan Kaladkad, RME for the technical design and fabrication. We need the marketing and HR and TBI, technology-based incubation. And then in times of COVID-19 pandemic and beyond, we need to have friends. If you don't have friends, you're sorry, especially if you'll be confined or isolated. Who can share, serve, and care? Each one, serve one, reach one. Thank you very much. God bless us all. In all things that you are going to do, whatever you do, work heartily as the Lord, as for the Lord and not for men. To God be all the glory. See to it that you make yourself available for others who are in need. I know you have millions, you have thousands. Take that and share that to your neighbors. I think ME, mechanical engineering, can make a difference in our community. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Galindo, for that wonderful topic. Now, sir, hold a minute, sir. We need to ask if you here in on-site participants have a question, or our online participant rather has a question. Do we have? How about from our participants here at the venue?
If the participants are not asking question, I have here one question for yourself. Are you ready to share your expertise to others in need? That's it. You don't have the money. I think you have the skill or you have the time. Make use of your idle time. Share that to others in need. Even for those whose friends or family members who are confined in isolation, by just calling them and say, "Are you okay?" And I'll pray for you, and that's fine. Di kinahanglan ang kwarta dito. Ang atoa din nga, I have, I just tell you, within this COVID-19 pandemic, while planting trees, while pandemic ba, planting dragon fruits and learning how to do farming, we have some friends in the hospital. They have the money, but they cannot withdraw. They have millions, but they cannot withdraw. So the only way is you let somebody to be linked with them, and you will be the one to withdraw and pay for the bills. Okay, that is all about service. But that's not mechanical. What is important is, are you connected with somebody, your friends, now isolated? By just texting or calling them, well, that makes them feel good, and then that is really the best medicine. I would say the doctors, well, they plan to see to it that they're giving medicines. But your call and say, bye, okay na ka, bye, I'll pray for you. And that's the best medicine so far. That is effective. Okay. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ronald, there's a question from online. The question is just from Panay chapter from Rick Nunez. Just curious about how the bicycle with an overhead solar panel safely handle issues of vibrational effects against the panel during travel. The vibrational forces might induce a sort of fatigue failure later due to the vibrational loads experienced during travel, especially on non-asphalted or non-cemented roads.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Well, I expect questions will be like that from the mechanical engineers. But referring to the results and so on, I'm sorry I could not really divulge it here because I'm going to present it in the online for IMCE. Okay, but that's a different title, but referring to all the results. Now, we also have the testing, no? I could not say I will just make it just for trial and error, but no. We're going to test it, seeing to it that we know the material of the frame, then subject to the different loads as to static or dynamic. And then, well, of course, there will be simulations for that using SolidWorks. We just use SolidWorks and the simulations. And then referring to the vibrations, yes, that's still on the process. You're going, every time you're going to test it, you have to fix something. That's part. If you test it, you have to fix something. What are supposed to be done? And then, well, using the material, then that is to be tested. So there are a lot of series of tests where you will say that that is really durable, safe at that particular speed. So of course, do not think that you will have the speed of 30 kilometers per hour, but it will be lesser. Okay. So these are tested with inclined plane, cemented road, rocky roads, soil, even grass. So this is the scenario. We have to test it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So that concludes your lecture and the questions asked, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So as we proceed to the next part of our program, let me introduce to you another product presenter from our sponsor. So our next speaker from Fenner partnered with RBR Industrial Corporation. He is born and raised in South Africa. It is a qualified engineer and management professional. He has been with MI Asia Pacific Group and formerly known as Inenco Group in Australia in 2017. So he's responsible for the general management of FPT Far East based in Singapore. Without further ado, please help me welcome joining us online is Mr. Donald Brierley.
warm welcome, please.
Sir Donald?
Do you have a visual audio?
There we go. Testing, testing. Hello, everybody.
Yes, we can hear you clearly, sir.
Fantastic. And yes, hello, everybody from Singapore at the moment. Great. Thanks for inviting me. Hopefully today I'll be sharing some valuable information that a lot of the young engineers and the likes will really appreciate. So I'll get cracking straight into it. I'll just share my screen here. All right, so you guys able to see my screen from that side?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So let's get moving with this one. So yes, thank you once again. And I'd just like to take this moment to acknowledge all of those health officials, doctors, nurses that have really put everything on the line and done everything they can to protect us and help us during this pandemic. And for all of you that are out there in quarantine or isolation, we say hello to you. Are you okay? And hopefully this presentation will give you something interesting, a bit of a soundbite to perk up your spirits. So, and please feel free to ask any questions. So we are partnered in the Philippines with Arbor Industrial and Trading Corporation. Quick shout out to the team there in Cebu with Joven and his team, providing excellent services to the industry, large and small. And they started in 2002 and they're going strong through this pandemic. They're a great partner for us and we're very grateful for the efforts they're putting in. So please feel free to reach out to them after this. So it's not so much of a product punt today. What I'm going to focus on is sharing some technical knowledge, maybe take some of you back to the basics, which is couplings. We selected a particular product category, and I want to drill down into this to share some of the information and knowledge that I have and areas that as engineers you probably did do it many years ago and have forgotten it, but hopefully this can help, especially now when a lot of salespeople or a lot of service providers possibly can't get to your factories to support you, and you're having to kind of go back to basics and refresh yourselves on these products. So here we are. What is a coupling? A coupling is primary function is to join two shafts together. So we're focusing on power transmission and joining two shafts. And the second function is to handle misalignment. So your typical application is, as you see in front of you on the presentation, an electric motor joining a pump. And in many circumstances, the coupling also needs to handle the speed of rotation, transmit the torque, and also handle the misalignment if there's some installation errors or some movement of the application during operation. All right, so it's vital that when we are doing selections for new couplings or selections for replacements or trying to solve a failure analysis and understanding why a coupling has failed, we've got to analyze the complete system. So first of all, transmitting torque, which is speed and power. And I hope that all of you know the formula for relating speed, power, and torque. I'll show that later. Then, of course, accommodating shaft misalignment. Here's just a more complicated setup where you have a speed reducer or a gearbox in between an electric motor and some larger equipment like a ball mill or a rotating whatever it is. This would be a typical application we'd see. All right, so there's some classifications, and this is pretty interesting because I'm sure a lot of you have seen most of these products in your day-to-day lives, depending on which industry you're in. And we try to classify couplings down into segments because of their features and benefits. And this makes it easier for selection purposes. And also if you're trying to understand how to create some improvements on your manufacturing process. All right, so again, another great little example of what a layout we'll see all over most factories, from power generation to mining to food and beverage processing. This is a very common application that you'll see a coupling used. There are three types of misalignment: parallel or offset misalignment, angular misalignment, as you can see from the photos. And then we also do have axial misalignment, which is on the horizontal plane. And this is depending on the application. A coupling needs to be selected that can handle the requirements of the total engineering design. So those misalignments, they can be caused by installation errors, they can be caused by foundation movement, as well as the temperature changes. I'm sure all of you know and remember when metal heats up, it expands, and those expansions can also put quite a lot of stresses on the bearings within motors and pumps or gearboxes. And it's important that a coupling is there to safeguard and handle those types of misalignment. Okay, and this presentation will be shared, I think, for everybody to run through in more detail. And I'm sure most of you might reach out to us and have some good questions after this. So I'm going to run pretty quickly through these slides, given we've got about 20 minutes. So if you do have any questions, just hold them for the end. All right, so again, there is another function that is quite interesting for couplings, which is dampening vibration. In the last presentation, I saw one of the questions was, how do we dampen vibration transfer into the solar panels of the bicycle? Well, that's interesting on a design perspective and great to solve that. And this is the same concept. A coupling can also help to dampen vibration, which ultimately can give you increased lifetime on your equipment, because as you lower the vibration, you can reduce those maximum stresses that a shaft is facing or whatever the application is. Misalignment, again, these things can happen quite quickly, and this is just a basic illustration of where misalignment can come from. You know, a small change on the rear of your motor can create up to a 3-degree misalignment. So that's where accuracy and attention to detail comes in during your maintenance practices. All right, again, I can't stress this enough. High vibration and vibration transfer damages your equipment, and particularly your sensitive bearings. They can be very costly to replace. So by doing good alignment, you can really increase your bearing lifetime, and this is proven. Reduce your maintenance spending and increase your machine availability, just by doing the simple basics of good installation and having a proper coupling selection. All right, so a lot of different methods of installation and alignment checking. And I'm sure all of you have seen some of these using just by eye, and this is a reference of how accurate you can be. And typically today's technology, I mean, this has been around for many years, using a clock indicator and a magnetic base. But realistically, the laser alignment tools have been around for 30 years, and the cost of these has really reduced a lot. So I encourage as many of you maintenance engineers to really invest in laser alignment wherever you can, because it's just going to solve a lot of your problems and heartaches in other areas. Okay. Another great tool is thermography. So you can buy these temperature guns. We've all seen them now with COVID, measuring our temperatures wherever we go. And these pieces of equipment are fantastic for checking things like overheating bearings, overheating couplings that are misaligned. So they're very versatile and are great and easy. You can even do them on some of the smartphones now to download apps that allow you to see thermal imaging. I think it might just be a gimmick, but all right. So just bear in mind a bit of an overview. Transmit power, connecting the shafts, misalignment is important that you need to pay attention to have the application as aligned as possible. A coupling can also be there as a safeguard. It can prevent the other pieces of equipment failing. Your coupling can be set to break and fail before other areas. So that's quite fantastic. And then some other considerations when you start doing a selection is what function do you need the coupling to do for you? What is the safety requirements, ease of maintenance, the velocity of operation, which is the rotational speed. Is there some vibration dampening needed? Is there electrical insulation needed to prevent electric arcing? The couplings can do that function as well. What shaft sizes do you need and what distance do you need the coupling to take up? Again, for safety purposes, this is a really important requirement to have safety guards over your couplings because if they do have a failure and it is an open rotating piece of equipment, you want to protect your staff as much as possible. So having good guards in place is really important. And then just a little bit about shaft fits. Again, we have a lot of the standard couplings, your day-to-day things with a clearance fit, very easy to install. This is joining the coupling to a shaft. Then we also do talk about an interference fit, and please feel free to chat to us afterwards if you've got any more questions about limits and fits, because this is a very important part of some of the more high-end made-to-order couplings. And important areas, keyways, diameters of shafts, these are things we should be able to measure and understand and what they mean. The types of keyways that are available. I know most of these are the gib head and tapered keys are maybe not so common, but definitely your square keys and square and round keys are very common in industry still. Okay. Just going to hop through some of these. And you're welcome to have a look at these slides afterwards. We're just talking about spacer coupling slightly to introduce them. We've categorized couplings into the elastomeric area, which is flexible. Our brand Fenner, this is where we focus a lot of our couplings. And these elastomeric, which is using rubber, various other HDPE, butyl, etc., different chemical compositions for elastomeric couplings. These have two categories of compression and shear, and that is in the design aspect. The elastomeric coupling in shear, basically the element is in a shear orientation during operation. The pros of a elastomeric coupling: no lubrication required, torsionally soft, fairly inexpensive, and it's replaceable elements, and it can also act as an electrical isolator, so no arcing can transfer between shafts. There are some downsides: speed limits, it generates a bit of heat, and not very good in corrosive or oxidative or high temperature environments. And then these couplings, typically all designs, develop undesirable axial forces. Axial forces are on the horizontal plane and can put increased load on your bearings. Then we also do have the metallic area. which is where we're talking about lubricated and non-lubricated couplings. And that's from our partner ESCO. So again, these are very interesting couplings for some very high-end applications, and a lot of options there. So we put together some great little snapshots of each category of coupling, each design for engineers, you know, so you can get a feel of which design has its features and benefits in general. And this then is a good guidance for you know, making a new selection, or at least upgrading your applications. So I won't dive into too much on these, but these are available just for you to have a look at and make some comparisons. I'll give an example here. For example, a grid coupling, initial cost is getting a $2 sign. Lifetime is $4 signs. Power density, which is the capability of the coupling, the size, the physical size versus the torque capacity. That's where we get this power density rating. And you can see it's moderate to high. Then, of course, reactional forces. Reactional forces are typically in the axial direction. Dampening is to reduce vibration. And then unbalance is while you are dynamically operating the piece of equipment, how much the coupling will add to your unbalance. Okay. Of course, gear couplings having a fantastic mix of these. So, you know, you effectively can use this as an idea of creating your total cost of ownership or a total value. You know, pay a little bit more for a better coupling, a better design, and then you get these other benefits which help to keep the whole system running efficiently. Then another great slide here, which it's comparing the common designs that we see in the market. And I'm sure most of you have seen most of these if you're involved in the sort of heavy industry area. It can be kind of confusing. There are options that you can then standardize on one design or two designs, which helps to reduce your inventory. So those are some pretty good considerations. Okay. Again, this helps as a very good reference to understand exactly what couplings you should use depending on your requirements. All right, so I'm going to just give you some examples of the companies we've dealt with and do deal with around the region, FENA and ESCO. In the gearing space, gearboxes, electric motors, these are some of the OEMs that we've dealt with globally. And you'll see in a typical assembly with a large format gearbox, there are a number of areas where couplings are applicable. And these come with some special features and benefits. So please don't hesitate to ask us if you're looking for a solution. Again, cement industry, fantastic area. There's a lot of harsh environment stuff and great challenges for engineering. Especially around the ball mills and sag mills and in mining area and kilns in cement. Just going to flick through some of these because we're running out of time. So again, some of the features here, once we really go down into it, there's some amazing opportunities for detailed engineering design, which is you know, creating value for our customers. This particular coupling is a vertical execution with some special internal details to allow the coupling to operate in a vertical orientation. All right, so perfect. And these are just photos that we've shown here in Singapore. Pretty proud. We've got some couplings installed, fairly large size, 300 diameter shafts on the vertical axis. And these are pumps that are placed at Marina Barrage. So it's quite a nice reference for us. And of course, the steel industry, there are areas where we can do, you know, interchanges and you change out one design to something that is better suited for the application. All right, so I've got about 2 more minutes. This is a typical selection criteria that we would do when you're looking at an application. So these are the details that are needed for a strong, good selection. Power, speed, shaft diameters, and then some additional expectations on misalignment and shaft distance between shaft ends. Then, of course, those other nice to know is, do you need test certificates? What is the temperature that it's operating in? Is there electric arcing? So the more you know about the application, the better it is to provide a good solution. Here is the formula which I spoke about for torque and relating your power, speed, and torque. It's very useful. You'll use it in many applications, many times, to give you an idea of what torque is required for that particular application. All right, then we have a whole lot of service factors. I won't dig in too much on this, but it's a very important part of engineering design and selection is the service factor that you use. All right, and we have a selection criteria form. So, please feel free to fill up one of these, and a sketch is always great. Photos today is even better because it gives us an idea of the environment straight away. All right, so please feel free to reach out to us if you've got any technical questions on couplings, as well as other power transmission applications. We're here to help. All right, so I hope that was informative. I'll take any questions. So let's have a look here. Please return. So rotor align, yeah, it's a great tool there. Okay, perfect. Reach out to some of these participants. Great.
Mr. Donald?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. There's a question here from our online participant asking, what can I do to align couplings if there is a lot of vibration from surrounding equipment?
Perfect. A good challenging question. So when there is a lot of vibration being transferred through the structure, effectively alignment is going to be done when the application is stopped. If you've got a lot of vibration coming through and it's really disrupting your capability to do the alignment properly, isolating the application can sometimes be a challenge. So you might need to consider vibration dampening mountings to go underneath your motor or underneath your base plate to try and at least isolate that area from the surrounding vibration. The other thing is typically a coupling can handle misalignment, so it doesn't have to be perfect. That's why people still do use the by eye method, and we just go ahead and use a ruler, use more mechanical components to do the alignment, and then let the coupling handle the misalignment. That's okay. I hope that answers your question.
All right. Do we have another question? How about from our on-site participant? Anyone who has a question? Do we have someone? I think there's none. So without further ado, Mr. Donald, thank you for gracing us this afternoon. We look forward to seeing you in our future events.
That's brilliant. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. At this moment, we'd like to call on one of our exhibitors, MS Global, to receive their certificate of appreciation.
Again, in our grateful appreciation and gratitude for your significant contribution and full support of PSME. Hereby to present this certificate is Dr. Edwin Torrillo and Engineer Gasinan, the chairman and co-chairman of the 7th PSME Visayas Regional Conference. We look forward to having you again in our next event. Thank you.
The next will be our CPD lecture number 12. This will be presented by Engineer Samuel D. Agosto. The subject matter is environment protection through comprehensive septage management program.
Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Morning na kayo. Ano na tayo hapon na. Pero parati na lang ganito no. I'm always been slotted during the last day and the last part of a program. You know why? I know why, no. I tell you, no. Because I will be talking a lot of shit and a tons of shit. So maybe if I will be slotted in the first day, you will lose your appetite. And during you see me, every time you eat, wala, no. Still you lose your appetite, then the food will not be, hindi maubos. Sayang. Okay? So, I'm Samuel Agosto, no? I'm also an environmental planner, a plant manager of Enviro Consult. So I'll be discussing the safety management program and a little bit design calculation on wastewater, or specific on septage treatment plant. Okay. Before that, I would like to show you the septage treatment plant, so that you can know what is septage treatment plant or what is septage management program. Okay. As Dr. Galindo's, please share your knowledge or expertise. So I'm sharing to you, no, because I am also an advocate of environment. So an environmentalist, I would like to share also that we need you to be part of the environment for a change, climate, and be part of our world. Like today na meron tayong pandemic. So this, we are all environmental in our way. So we can be environmentalists.
Ang malinis na tubig ay mahalaga sa kalusugan ng tao. Kung ang tubig ay madumi, ito ay maaaring makapagdulot ng sakit tulad ng diarrhea, typhoid fever, dysentery, cholera, at iba pa. Saan nga ba nagmumula ang maruming tubig? Ang maruming tubig mula sa bahay ay kadalasang nanggagaling sa pinaghugasan sa kusina, pinagliguan o pinaglabahan. Ang maruming tubig na ito ay dapat na dumaraan sa sewerage system. Samantala, ang tubig na ipina-flush sa mga toilet na naglalaman ng dumi at ihi ay dapat na napupunta sa septic tank. Ang septic tank ang pangunahing mekanismo laban sa wastewater pollution. Kaya ito ay dapat na sementado, mayroong 3 chambers at sealed bottom upang maiwasan ang pagtagas ng maduming tubig. Ang mga putik o sludge na naiwan sa septic tank ay hinihigop ng mga dislodging trucks. Mahalaga na mahigop ang sludge 1 beses kada 3 hanggang 5 taon o kung ito ay umabot na sa kalahati ng sukat ng septic tank upang maiwasan ang pag-apaw ng dumi. Dapat ding may kakulang permits ang mga kumpanya magsasagawa ng dislodging upang masigurong ito ay may dadala ng ligtas sa septage treatment plant. Katulad sa mga kabayan, ang maraming tubig mula sa toilet ng mga commercial establishments ay dapat ding dumidiretso sa septic tank. Ito ay dapat na konektado sa sewerage system o sa on-site sewage treatment plant upang masigurado ang tubig ay malilinis bago ibalik sa kapaligiran. Ang mga sludge naman sa septic tank ay dapat ding regular na ipinahihigop sa mga dislodging trucks. Samantala, ang maraming tubig mula sa mga hotels, restaurants at iba pang gusali ay dapat na dumadaan sa oil and grease trap. Ang oil and grease trap ang nagsasala ng mga mantika, sebo at grasa mula sa maraming tubig. Ang mga nasalang oil and grease ay kinokolekta ng Certified Hazardous Waste Transporter upang dalhin sa treatment, storage, disposal facility. Ang mga dumi na mga hinihigop ng mga dislodging trucks mula sa mga kabahayan at gusali ay dinadala sa septage treatment plant. Ang septage treatment plant ay isang pasilidad na gumagamit ng mga teknolohiya at makina upang linisin ang maduming tubig ng muling mapakinabangan o ligtas na maibalik sa kalikasan. Mula sa truck, ang sludge ay ipapasok sa septage acceptance unit na siyang maghihiwalay ng malalaking basura at bato na napasama sa dumi. Ang nasalang sludge naman ay mapupunta sa dewatering equipment na maghihiwalay sa liquid at biosolid na komposisyon nito. Ang biosolid na nakuha ay ginagamit bilang soil conditioner o pataba sa lupa. Ang tubig naman ay daraan pa sa ibang proseso upang malinis ito ayon sa pamantayan na nakasaad sa DENR Administrative Order 2016-08. Ang tubig na nalinis ay maaari nang gamitin na pandilig sa mga halaman o panghugas ng sasakyan. Ligtas na rin itong ibalik sa ilog o lawa. Ang Clean Water Act ang punong batas na nagpapatupad ng mga patakaran upang mapanatili ang kalidad ng mga anyong tubig at maiwasan ang pagkasira nito. Ang maling pagtatapon ng maraming tubig ay meron ding kaukulang parusa ayon sa batas. Kaya naman, ang EnviroConsult Equipment and Services Incorporated ay sinisiguro na ang wastewater ay nakokolekta sa tamang panahon at sumasailalim sa makabago, siyentipiko at ligtas na proseso ng paglilinis. Gayun din ang pagtatayo ng mga fully mechanized septage treatment facilities upang malinis at muling magamit ang wastewater. Panata ng EnviroConsult na gumawa ng malinis at maliwalas na kapaligiran para sa kasalukuyang henerasyon at susunod pa.
Improve maintenance practices of septic treatment and provide them with knowledge of treatment and standard and issue for the process theory. To create also awareness of the septic plant, sanitation, and safety health procedures. Also, to protect the environment by ensuring that the operation and the management of the sewage treatment plant is compliance with the DNR standard. And last but not the least, to protect the health of the public. As we all know, there are also studies that COVID bacteria or viruses still will be coming from the human excreta. So pwede palang manggagaling yan sa human waste. So if the water is not, it goes to the public or goes to the river, it can be contaminated and it can also pwede ka mahawa. So let's protect also. So there are enabling laws actually. This has already been in the US. It's already been. They have the law, the Clean Water Act in 1972. Then they amended in 1987. But in the Philippines, no, there's a presidential decree 984 in 1976. Pero wala pang ano yon. There's no really accurate procedures on how, and there's no plant yet to dispose your water. So during the 1990, we have this now Dow 35. In clean water, in 2004, we have this RA 9275, which is the Clean Water Act. So following that is the Dow 2016-08. That's our standards there until we're given from 2016. No, because 2016 until 2021. So we have to follow the parameters and standards for the Dow 2016-08, no, for your wastewater. But we have a new one coming. This is Dow 2021-19. So which is already been published last July 2. So meaning 15 days, 15 calendar days. So it will be implemented today. That's the 15 days today. So the Dow 21-19 is the new parameter. There is no changes in the parameters, only in the values of the parameters, which is more, it's not stringent than the 2016-08. Okay, we have also this Annex 4 MARPOL 73-78 that's regulate the prevention of pollution by sewage from ships. So we have this trending news today that Chinese vessels have dumped their waste or excreta in the West Philippine Sea. So I'm going to ask you, is it illegal or legal? Or is it depende sa anyo? Legal ba yun? Siyempre, illegal dahil Chinese vessel, supposedly wala sila dito. But if it is not a Chinese vessel, if it is a Filipino or Philippine vessel, is it legal to dump wastewater on the West Philippine Sea or on the open area? So according to our law, no, under MARPOL 73-78, so the discharge of sewage into the sea is prohibited, except when the ship has in operation an approved sewage treatment plant or when the ship is discharging committed disinfected sewage as approved. So pwedeng, and the last part, pwede pala, sewage which is not committed or disinfected may be discharged at a distance of more than 12 nautical miles from the island or from the nearest land when the ship is en route. So if the proceeding at not less than 4 knots and at the rate at the discharge of untreated shall be approved by the administration. So pwede day. So why are they saying that it's prohibited? No. Only because West Philippine Sea, before there's no island. Today we have an island already. So most probably it's, but we don't own the island actually. So it's they own the island. So that 12 nautical miles still not applicable because there's still a dispute on the island. Okay? Okay, just to be clear, right? So this is the new, this is the Dow 2016 industrial rate. I mean, the Swiss was given on May 24, 2016. Okay. So the National Sewerage and or the NSSP, ito ang inaano nila is that RA 9275 or the Clean Water Act provides the states shall pursue a policy of economic growth in a manner consistent protection, preservation, and the revival of the quality of fresh brackish and marine waters. Also, for the LGU, it is also their mandate, as well as the water district. No, MCWD is here, it's also their mandate. Okay, under the PD 198 to provide a safe, potable, and operable water and effective sewerage system. Okay. So our current situation today, we have this 18 people die on average each day due to the preventable water diseases. So more than 70 billion annual revenues have been lost. So ang source natin dyan is from the Sanitation of the Philippines Water and Sanitation Program of 2006. So concerns and threats, so there are unsafe sewage practices. So there are open bottoms. So the effluents are not standards or are not met. So it will impact to our local aquifers. So there are onboard sewage discharge also. Here in Philippines, because we are an archipelago, it is not applicable, the 12 nautical miles. No? Wala pa ang distance kasi is very near to the island. If you're going to dump sewage treatment, you have to go somewhere in West Philippine Sea or in the Pacific Island. So before there was, in 2001, there is no treatment plant yet. So we are also the one that are pioneering of sea dumping of your shit sa yung mga iskreta natin. So we barge it to the West Philippine Sea. So actually we have around 2,000 cubic of human waste being dumped into the Philippine Sea. So we are barging it for 3 to 5 days. But in requirements, so with the rate, per knots per hour. So then because it's environmentally sound, hindi maganda pakinggan, so we have also this unforeseen event that we encounter storm. So we have to discharge the water, the wastewater near Bataan. So that's why the water comes, or the wastewater and the garbage comes back to the shore. So that's when the government employed the 2000 Philippine Clean Water Act. Because of that, what happened. But that activity was sanctioned by the WHO, so World Health Organization, because there's no yet water treatment or treatment facility. Okay. Next. So there's widespread concern about the biodiversity. So increase, as we all know, population has been increasing. If the population increase, of course, consumption per capita, resources use is intensified. So if there's an increase, there's also a change. We have a change in agriculture, urbanization, daghan na kayong tao. Many households are being built. So the agricultural land are converted into subdivisions. No? So fisheries, also infrastructural development and tourism. So the direct causes of this one, we have habitat change. So wala na yung ibang mga ibon, hindi na nakaano sa lupa nila, wala na silang habitat. The nutrient loading and pollution, the climate change and overexploitation, and also invasive alien species. Meaning, we had one example of this invasive alien species is the in a ship, di ba? We have the water ballast. That water ballast maybe came from the Africa. Africa has this called African snail. That African snail, pwede siya mabuhay ng matagal. So maliliit yan. So when the ship is being towed here in the Philippines, or they are embarking here in the Philippines, when they're going to dump the water ballast or the water from the water ballast, so maybe that African snail is, it will be an invasive alien species in their habitat, in their area. Okay? So even before, biblically speaking, even before, we have this, what we call this, biodiversity loss. No, during the Pyramid of Egypt, if you have seen the Ten Commandments, when Moses declared na ma-free na sila from the Egypt Pharaoh. So chapter from Exodus 3, 21 to 22. So the Israelites set 600,000 men. So imagine, they constructed the Pyramid of Egypt. There are 600,000, and if that's 600,000 men, 300,000 yan is may asawa, and around estimated about 2 children per family, like 600,000. And also in verse 8, a large number of other people also went with them. So meaning there are a lot of, if you're going to total it, that's 2.4 million. The entire Cebu, including the 8 LGUs included by the population of Metro Cebu, is around 2.8 million. So that's a megapolis or metropolis. So if you're going to think, 8 LGUs comprises the population. So that population, to University of California, there's a single or yung isang tao, kaya niya magpaano ng 0.5 kilogram of shit. Okay? So average human discharge excreta, if we're going to multiply, so 1,200 tons of refrigerant. Shit per day. Okay? Not refrigerant. So 438,000 a year. So if you're going to think of that, what happened to the Nile River? All that water is leading to the Nile River. So if you saw or if you see the movie of the new version, the 10 Commandments, that Moses is the general. So you can see, so that means na scientific also. When you dump water into the Nile River, so it will be medyo pwedeng mamatay ang ilog. So pwedeng mamatay ang isda. So wala na ipagkaon ang mga kuan. That's why ang mga buhaya, kinain na nila ang nakita yon sa ni Moses. Yung sa movie na 10 Commandments, yung Exodus, yung new movie. Okay? Proceed na. So what will happen to the inurious bodies of water? There will be fish kill because of their human excreta. Nutrients, like that one. If you see this one, you know this? Yeah, this is Boracay. Boracay definitely. That's why President Digong is, shutting it down. So it's clearly, because that is a nutrient pollution or pollutant, that causes algal bloom or eutrophication. Algal bloom is the algae, the green, when that algae is normal or is that it will be the substrate or the nutrients from the excreta will be the food for the algae, that the algae will have overpopulation. That's why dumami yung algae dyan sa Boracay, yan nag-create ng ganyan. So okay, so there are clear and present danger also. here in our society in Cebu. This is reality. No, we can see this one. Sometimes they're just dumping that outside. So, okay. So what is septage? Everything. Septage is everything under the septic tank. You can. This is in the new series design of 2010. So 3 chamber. Okay. So proceed lang. So the solution. So we have this active support from LGU and stakeholders. So availability of the seats of the treatment facility. So the ultimate goal is actually the sewage treatment plant, not the septage treatment plant. For immediate compliance is the septage treatment plant. But the sewage treatment plant, we cannot do it because it's very costly. It's more likely 40 to 50 times more higher than the plant cost, because you have to the conveyance, the piping, you have to excavate depending on how far, how the distance is from how far from the plant. So there are road cuttings, road breakings, permits. So there maraming damage. So pwede siya, pero maybe not in our lifetime, because as we all know, it is already existing. All the establishment, all the household existing na. It can be, the sewage treatment plant can be applied if it is new, like subdivisions. So they are required. But if we're going to have a centralized sewerage system of all households in the Cebu City, not in our lifetime. It is possible, but it's very very costly. Okay, that's why we introduced the septage treatment plant, which is we're going to haul your water or your wastewater from the septic tank and treat it into the septage treatment plant. Okay. Okay, this is how it works. So as you can see from the video also, so from septic tank, if you have the on-site STP, then it goes to your STP. But if you don't have a STP or sewage treatment plant, you have to be hauled from a vacuum truck, then goes to the water treatment facility for proper disposal. Okay, so the benefits of the septage management program is proper disposal, treatment of sludge, lessen risk of aquifer contamination. So ang thinking kasi natin noon, hindi natin isi-cement yung bottom ng septic tank natin because para matagal mapuno. But we don't know, or actually we are damaging the water aquifer inside. That's the very dangerous part. No, kasi yung natin doon sa ilalim, yung groundwater natin na contaminate niya, like nitrate. So it is irreversible. So we cannot undo what is being done. Nandun na yon sa natin sa groundwater. So it is very risky, very unhealthy. So we have to seal our bottom of the septic tank. So effective extraction, and it will be, the payment will be in the water bill para magiging cost-effective, customer-friendly, right? So how it is a program sustainable? Through ordinance. So design a septage treatment plant. Okay, so I'm going to skip So we have to also need for a sustainable water use. So if we have in the R9003, Republic Act 9003 is 3 Rs. So we have also in water. So we have reduce, we have to recycle, we have to reuse. So we have also in this water also, no? Like the wastewater or the effluent of the treated or your treated water of your STP, it can be used for protective equipment. It can be used for cooling water because it is not contact, it's non-contact So pwede yan. Pwede magamit yung tubig natin doon. So it can also reduce your water bill consumption if you're going to water your plants using the treated water of your STP. Okay? So need for sustainable water reuse. So this is, we always argue that we don't have water, but still we can do to compensate water. No? So we have example, if your toilet, you're going to separate your batting, yung paghuhugas mo, separate from yun sa line sa sewer line. No? Pwede makit dun if it is new construction. Also on your air conditioning system, your condensate drain, you can do it in a separate tank so that you can reuse the water. That water is already a soft water and it's very good for washing. No? And rainwater also, of course. Pwede natin yan use. Separate tank and we can do some work. And your STP or septic treatment plant, you have this separate tank and you can do also for protective, for flushing, and for car wash and everything. No? Okay? Bye-bye. So your treated effluent can be reused for pond and protective and washing and so on. Okay, this one example that we reuse the water for protective use. Biosolids can be produced and can be used as peeling materials or soil conditioner. Okay, this one, ginawa kong bricks. So we have this also, this basic design for septics. No? So this is the plant. So if you're going to see, there is a acceptance unit. There's acceptance unit and a dewatering unit. Okay, but in a sewerage, so this is the typical sample of septic treatment plant where you don't have an influent, you don't have a continuous flow. Okay. So this is also the typical overview of sewerage treatment plant, where you have this collection, then goes to primary, goes to your biological, then secondary, then RAS, WAS, then and so on. So this is the difference between septage and sewerage. So that yellow under the box of the red one, if you're going to take out that one is already, you have already an sewerage treatment plant. Okay, so you have this influent here. Instead, the influent is coming here because septage is very, very strong wastewater. You have everything inside the septic tank: basura, hygienic waste, condoms, everything. No, so it should be screened out here before going to the dewatering unit. So the sewerage system, you only have this solid screening before going to your pit or going to your equalization, going to your biological treatment, then release to the water body. Okay? So the general effluent standard, we have to know in designing a septic treatment plant, you have to know the GES or the general effluent standard. No. Okay, GES or GES. That's for strong wastewater, that's septage. The BOD is around 3,000 up. That's for the strong wastewater. So you have to know also, if you're going to design a wastewater treatment plant or even a septic treatment plant, you have to know your water body classification, where you dump your, or where you discharge your effluent or your waste. So
If you're going to categorize that, classified, class A, class A, class B, class C, class D. So in case of recreational water class 1, intended for contact recreation, bathing and swimming. Ito yung class B, ito yung pwede sa mga resort. No. Class C for fishery, recreational waste, recreational water class 2 for agriculture class C. So there are separate parameters according to your classification. So if you're going to classify and you have this significant effluent quality parameters per sector, you can do this. You are treating wastewater, you have this IC code or PSIC code under 37,000. So this is your parameters to be designed, or this is you have to follow for the design of your STP. The BOD, you have to take the BOD, the coliform, the ammonia, nitrate, phosphate, oil, and grease. So in designing, you have to know this one if you're where your establishment belong or your commercial establishment belong. And your water body classification so that you know parameters you're going to use in designing. Okay? So if going to, this is the parameters for the Dow 2016-08. If you're going to check the ammonia, if your water discharge classification is class C, so you have 0.5 milligrams of ammonia. And the BOD is around 50. So these parameters is under Dow 2016-08. There is a new parameters in Dow 2021-19, which was released in last July 2 lang. No? So this one, the Dow 21-19 was released June 30 and was published July 2. So after publishing 15 calendar days, so it is today. So no selected parameters lang ang binago nila. Less stringent than 2016-08. So ito yung nagbago sa mga parameters natin under the Dow 21-19. Your ammonia before in Dow 2016-08 is 0.5. Under Dow 2021 is 2. So medyo hindi na mahirap i-treat. Hindi na mahirap. Hindi na costly. No. So BOD, walang changes. Fecal coliform from 100 to 200. So phosphate from 1.5, from 1 to 1.5. So under class B, class C, 400. Class C, 4. Class B is 1.5. So maganda yung siguro nakita ng secretary or ng ngayon ng mga yung ibang mga ng operators or yung mga nagreklamo dahil mahirap i-treat yung wastewater, yung BNR, yung nutrient removal, yung ammonia, nitrate, and phosphate. So in designing, you have these parameters. You have to know the area, treatment method or process you want to use, the design flow rate or your capacity, the FIC flow, and the Dow or the industry use under Dow 2016-08. Okay? So, example, if you have for septage, this is for septage. You have to compute number of rooms, person, household, or you have to say also, you have to know also that that establishment is an hotel because they're going to stay, or like kung ano lang, kung katulad lang ng mga call center, pero shift, you have to consider that also. So anyway, in plumbing design, sila na yung mag-identify na ng capacity. So in sewage, you have to know this. Okay. Next. So there are a lot of biological treatment can be used. So we have this process variation in activated sludge. So we have conventional, extended, high rate. The process configuration, we have plug flow, sequencing batch reactor. This is the common one. SBR and the excuse me, under CAS. Ito yung common. Okay. We have also a facultative. If you happen to see the Dumaguete symptoms is a sample facultative. Okay. And aerated lagoon also is an example of the AMCOM site in Cebu City before when there was still a lagoon. That is aerated lagoon. Okay. So biological treatment process. The biology of wastewater is based on consumption of organic matters. No? So, example, in SBR or sequencing batch reactor, you have this bacterial growth under batch condition. So under the time zero, bacteria begins to absorb substrate. Sa SBR, you can serve the process in one tank only. That's why it's very in SBR process, you can have one tank and you can have also all the process you want to do. No? You can have an oxic, you can have an oxic condition, you can have an aeration, you can have the one in a single tank. That's an SBR. Pero ang operation man na tapos kailangan pang parati mong ng tao, lagyan ng tao, because you have to have this an aeration, tanggalin mo yung hangin to settle down, to settle yung yung activated sludge, then decant. So you need a operator checking every hour. No? So for the BOD, COD, DSS calculation, if we're going to use the equation, this is from wastewater, primary, secondary, chapter 2. No? This equation is actually basic. Organic daily flow times BOD over 1,000. So if you're going to assume BOD from holding tank, 0 ang tapos COD 10%, TSS, oil and grease. So this is your influent consideration. If you have a 150 cubic plant, so this will be your influent consideration. All right? So you're going to input the load, you can have this computations. So I don't have to pick any, continue na sa isa-isahin natin. Medyo na. So for selection of dewatering unit. So sa sewerage, you can also have your dewatering unit kung malaki. If your sewerage treatment plant is big, so you can have also this sludge dewatering unit. No? Kasi meron kang activated sludge, waste activated sludge, but still you have to dislodge it or dewater your sludge. So you can check these computations also. No. So we have this, if this, in the case of our plant, we have a centrifugal pump or positive spin pump. No. Okay, next. For blower computation, you can, this is the major equipment used in the sewerage or septic treatment plant. Assuming meron ka ng blower aeration, so you can have this from using table 530. So from ED and Metcalf reference, you can have this one also. So this is from ED and Metcalf. If you happen to know the computations for the air or blower loss. So if you're going to check on the model, you can have this also, the performance curve. This one. Also, you can have also this blower requirements from saturation, DO saturation table. You can have this one. This computation is on the activated sludge IPA treatment. You can also compute this one in a practical computations para direkta ma-compute mo yung capacity ng blower. You can use this under the IPA secondary treatment. You can this for the oxygen transfer rate. So if you're using fine bubble diffusers, you have 2 to 2.5 kilogram of DO. So actually, ang DO, dissolved oxygen, is the only parameters that you need that is mataas. Others, kailangan mo ipaubusan. Ang DO is at least mataas siya. Okay? So simple computation. From the equation, you can have this 5.5 also. There's another computation also still from the chapter 5 of treated water, but simply in practical use. No? Sabi niya is the power required for complete mixing varies from 10 to 30 watt per cubic meter. So this can be for quick computation. You can use this one also for your blower requirement. So still 5.5 HP. Okay, if you're going to compute for diffuser, you have this from EDI diffuser table. You can use this also. Referring to the table, so the diffuser is also actually major equipment or major materials, major equipment used for wastewater. So this is the diffuser, the fine bubble diffuser. Okay, that's it. So I'm going to show you the actual dislodging of our tracks or this actual dislodging of the tracks using vacuum. So if you're going to see, if you happen to see the tracks, so play. Ordinary tracks can dislodge up to 25 meters, 30 meters only. So if you're going to dislodge beyond that, you will add. This is a vacuum track. No, the capacity is 12 cubic per minute. It can discharge about 300 meters away. So it's a good for our setup because ang household natin is congested na. So ang makaagi lang, yung makakaraan lang is yung tao. So even if we're using the 3 cubic track or 3 yung maliit na track, still you cannot pass through to the household. Okay? So compare the local
So at least we can start up to 350 weight. More convenient up to that most of the target that the ticket cap is required by the DOH. Field and ano yan, field area, walang cap. Mababa yan, it could be minutes. Minutes of 1 meter per minute or per second, 300, more or less. Mababa. We have we are sure na walang leak. Also meron hangin. Kasi ano yan, vaccine. Hindi yan papalikdo. Hindi yan papalikdo.
Depende sa ano, sa laki.
Talaga. Ulit haba. Yan na lang yan. Yan. You have to do ano sinasabi ko eh. Ako na una during the first date, baka hindi na maganda yung appetite. Yung situation. But the capacity of the vacuum is 12 to 15 minutes. So your tank is around 3 to 5 cubic per 5 minutes. That's a regular look. Okay.
Thank you. And clean water and safe water for all. Let's help protect our environment. Your shit is our business. Thank you.
Very much, Sir Jun, for that insights on the septage management.
Thank you, sir. As always, the mantra of sir, your shit is our business. All right. So, do we have a question from our online or on-site participants?
There's a question from Sir
Yes,
Ronald.
sir.
Sir John? Sir Sam. Thank you. So as long as the human being is still alive, so he eats and consume food, so mag-discharge. So your business is still okay. Okay, so but if you don't mind, I would like to ask, because we have to patronize also our colleague, no? So how much would it cost for that particular distance about 300 meters. If I have a 3 cubic meter capacity only.
Okay.
Yeah, so it will take some, I know it will take some time to bring the hose or that tube to
Correct,
my
correct,
place
correct.
for the 300 meter, and the cost, the volume is only that much.
Yes, yes.
So mas dugay pa ang pagdala sa hose kaysa suction.
Pag-suction, correct.
Yeah.
So actually, that's why we have a program. No? Under MCWD, we have this program that all water bill or all connected to MCWD is being given the priority or given this kuan nga cost nga pwede mo makahaul once every 5 years. So our contract with them is to dislodge. Pwede mo nila i-penalize. Pero at 300 meters away, it should be at least three household mo. Otherwise, kung kamura usa, it will be a special hauling. That's equivalent to 1 truck. You have to pay. If you are an MCWD consumer, you can avail the services. So, but in Lapu-Lapu and Cordoba pa lang. So, hapit na sa Mandaue. Okay. If you're not connected with MCWD or any water concessionaire, you can pay direct. But the cost is equivalent to 1 truck. If you're going to be dislodged at 3 cubic, is still per trip. Pero kung magpatatlo mo, share, so you can share. So the cost will be around 3 plus something. Okay? May questions pa, sir? Online? Huh?
Do we have question from our online? Here, sir. Do all 3 chambers? Sir, do all 3 chambers have to be bottom covered, or is it allowed to have the 3rd chamber be bottomless with aggregate or sand filter? And if there is no near sewage pipes, where are we allowed to connect the septic tank outlet? Is it allowed to connect to stormwater canals?
Under the law, it's not allowed. And it should be, the 3 chambers should be bottom sealed.
Bottom sealed.
Yep. And it waterproof also.
Waterproof.
Then, if your septic tank will be full in any day or mapuno na siya kaagad,
Suction it.
you have to suction it.
Okay.
Because it's already a mandate, it's already a law under 9275, Clean Water Act.
Okay. Does that answer our online question? I hope it does. Do we have any other question from online? Okay, none. How about questions from our on-site participants? Okay, all right. Hearing none. Thank you, Sir Sam. And we'll now proceed to the next part of our program.
We will now move to the last portion of our activity, the plenary proper.
Plenary proper. So in the plenary, both online and on-site participants are able to join. Earlier this noon, we asked the online participants to fill out the form that is to raise concern with regards to the 3 categories that we have, that is professional practice, internal affairs, and education. So our chairman for this plenary would be
Engineer Greg Tinene, National Vice President for Visayas, and Majority Floor Leader, Engineer Russell Robert Matusa.
To lead the three groups that we will have. We have from the professional practice, Engineer Lee Marquez. From internal affairs, Engineer Von Alfer Alivio.
On education will be led by Dr. Cornelio Duazo.
So what is the scheme, or what is our setup for the plenary? So I'll explain to you further. I'll first explain the setup for the online participants. For the online participants po, we will open 3 breakout rooms in Zoom. So our leaders will get inside those 3 breakout rooms, and you will be able to choose where you would want to join. Since you have already chosen your category in the form a while ago, so please do stick to your chosen category and just get inside the room. But it's not yet open yet, so please hold on your horses right there. And I'll proceed on explaining to the on-site participants. For the on-site participants, we will be dividing the group here by 3. So you'll be choosing between professional practice, internal affairs, and education. So for professional practice, we have here our floor leader, Engineer Lee Marquez. So all of you will be staying on this side of the room. All right? For the internal affairs group, it will be led by Engineer Ron Alfred T. Alivio, and it will be held in the function room across this big hall. So you can proceed there and have the group meeting there, or group session. And for the last group, we have education. You will be situated on this side of the conference hall. So please, for both online and on-site, please be guided that there will be no microphone that our floor leaders will be using. So there might be challenges in audio or video. There might be some connectivity issues as they will be utilizing their own connections. So please bear with us. With regards to your concerns, please feel free, or please express yourselves to the best way that you can. For the breakout rooms in Zoom, you have only 30 minutes in the room. After the 30 minutes is done, a 60-second countdown will commence for the rooms to close. After the 60 seconds, the breakout room is automatically deleted, and you will be redirected to the main session, which is here. All right. So may we now request all the participants to choose their group they want to belong and proceed to the venue of that. Again, our professional practice,
Professional practice will be led by Lee Marquez here on my right, and education will be with Dr. Cornelio Duaso on my left, and the internal affairs will be led by Von Alvilio across the hallway, the other room, function room. Professional practice here.
internal affairs here, Sir Duaso is there already.
Wala ni comment. Hopefully sa session na lang nila i-fill up. Mag nakuha ng ubat kayo.
And also, once again, our internal affairs is on the room across. So I hope some of the participants are already on their way there. Nag-start na ba?
Nakuha ng kunin
Ano sa na?
restart yung laptop. Paong ba? Dugay pa.
Dugay pa?
Nag-restart pa.
Ano, restart yung laptop. Wala, maganda mo.
Good luck, everyone, and be productive. Thank you.
Oh ini juga pun. Asa man dito? Kamay. Okay.
저기요, 돈 좀 있어요? 얼마가 있으면 될까요? What's the releases really? Well, it's all right. And tell someone tonight. 네. 대박아. 여기 날 하나뿐인 친구 있어. 뭐라고? 이 나이로비 기지야. 나이로비 공항에서 사흘 동안 있다는 시간을 함께 맞죠. 배고파요. 비행기에서 자느라고 아무것도 못 먹었어. 아니, 나도 한식 먹었어. 못한 거 뭐야? Lady promised me 6 whole bars, 3 wet hazelnut milk chocolate.
Ma'am, wala yun. Wala yun, ma'am.
Can you all hear me po? Please confirm yes sa chat box. Kindly confirm yes if you can hear me.
You're killing me.
Yun, ma'am. Di masodo eh.
Swallowable foods. Swallowable foods. You're killing me. Thank you for today and for tomorrow.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Wala yun, ma'am.
Can you all hear me po?
Ma'am?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, if you cannot see the breakout, yung option na breakout room, meron pong 3 dots at the end of that. Kindly click here at makikita po kayo.
Yung recording, ma'am?
Sir?
Yung recording?
No, not new recording, sir. Kung wala sa upper left po yung button, ito po yung button. If you can see in your screen, yan po yung button ng breakout room. Pag wala pong ganyan na button, you look for another, yung tatlong period po na, tatlong period na icon, and i-click nyo po yon at makikita nyo si breakout room. And then, magpapakita po itong ganito, sir. Magpapakita po itong ganito, itong parang mas maliit na, sir, dialog box. Pag nagpakita po to, you scroll down po.
Walang tatlong point, ma'am.
Scroll, sir, breakout room. Anong nakikita niyo, sir? Unassigned lang?
Kuan. Yung chat, share screen record at saka reaction. Participant. Yun lang.
Please. Ay, anong ang pangalan mo, sir? Al-assign niyo na lang po. And the rest po, if you
Yung
are capable
kuan,
po.
Sibo Dio.
Hold on po, ha. Assign ko na lang po kayo.
Sige, salamat po, ma'am. Salamat po
The
the
rest po,
assistance.
kung may controls po kayo,
I got you a donut.
Walang controls.
po, go to a session room na po. Kapag-join ng any room.
Shirley Marquez lang yung sa akin. Shirley Marquez.
Sir Dio, Sir Lee Marquez po kayo.
Oo.
Professional practice. Okay.
I don't think he needs to.
Okay, sir.
I don't think you need her. It's such a good idea.
Hello, the rest po, paki-join po ng ating mga rooms. I can see po a lot of you in the main
Paano lang po?
I really want to make this.
Kung hindi po kayo mag-join, we will assign you po automatically.
Ma'am, hindi ba pwedeng magpa-add na lang po, ma'am?
Kayaan ang mga working mo yung time nga alatin or nabilid. Pwede niya extend. Kaya ka mag-extend na po.
No problems.
Last 2 minutes to finalize for your resolutions to be presented po mamaya sa ating board. So while our while we are waiting for the different groups to finish, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to one of our sponsors and their significant contribution, full support to our organization, the PSME. We have here from Concepcion Medea Incorporated to be awarded by Engineer Greg Senene and Dr. Edwin Trillo. Once again, Concepcion Medea Incorporated. All right. We now call on the last group from the other room. Internal Affairs Group. Internal Affairs Group, are you now here? Internal Affairs, nandito na po ba? Paging Lance.
Thank you.
Okay, I would now like to request all participants to please settle in. Kindly take your seats and avert your attention here on us. And now, at this juncture, I would like to call in to facilitate this session our majority floor leader and the chairman of the Unified Chapters of Cebu, Engineer Russell Robert Matusa.
Thank you so much, Engineer Eugene, for that. So let me call on everyone to settle down so that we can able to proceed to our presentation. I do have here already the resolution from the professional affairs. So before we start, I'll be giving the floor to our National VP Visayas for an announcement, please, sir.
We would like at this juncture, in the absence of our regional parliamentarian, we would like to make the announcement that we are designating, making the appointment of our EVP, Carlito Alpay, as our parliamentarian of the session. And to all chapter presidents, you are
designated as protocol officer and at the same time marshals of the plenary. But the overall, we would like to make the announcement that we are designating, we are appointing our National Vice President for Internal Affairs to be the overall protocol officer and marshals of this plenary. So as your National Vice President for the Visayas,
again, I would like to call the plenary to order.
Thank you for that, National Vice President for the Visayas, Engineer Greg Sinani. So before anything else, I would like to acknowledge here the four leaders who are the following. For the professional practice, we do have here Engineer B. Marquez. For internal affairs, we do have Engineer Bon Alfred Alvivio. And then lastly, for the education, we do have here Engineer Cornelio Duaso. So right now, I do have here the resolution coming from the professional affairs. And then I'll be requesting the resolution coming from the internal affairs and then the education. So we can go directly there. For internal affairs, we'll need to broadcast or to flash it later on. And then for the education, Sir Duaso, we do have here. May I request your copy, sir? So that I'm able to present it.
Ma'am Regine, meron ba silang microphone? Wala pa? Walang extra po.
Okay, so I'll need to proceed, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so the first one here that I'll be presenting is everything about the professional affairs. So dear Mr. Chairman, this is the resolution form by the committee which is under professional affairs, which is talking to discuss. Number one, they do have two particular resolutions, and then I'll be reading it here. The first one, the first one is to resolve the issue of implementation regarding the standardization of mechanical equipment on operations and maintenance. So this is in relation to the implementation of RA 8495. And then the second one is to resolve on how to conduct the inspection on companies with regards for PMEs as part of our professional or their professional practice with the joint guidelines of PRC and PMEs. So I do move so, Mr. Chairman.
So there is a motion as part of the output of the professional practice
an output, then we would like this plenary to consider. And this motion is also duly seconded by the chairman. Thank you. So, any discussion or in the period of discussion? Period of amendments? No objection? Hearing none, then the motion is carried. We proceed to the next workshop.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So the next one here is everything about the internal affairs. So it will be reflected over the screen. Okay.
Actually, endorse to you the output of the internal affairs to read. So a resolution that PSME National to execute a circular for the definite plans of IPO and CPD provider accreditation renewal not later than third week of October 2021 for the 69th National Convention. May respectfully endorse it to you, sir.
It's just only, you don't have only one particular, only one Mr. Chair. So I believe, dear Mr. Chair, this is the resolution form under the internal affairs. And then I do move so, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. There is now a motion that this plenary shall consider the output of the internal affairs. And duly seconded by the same. So, any discussion? Any amendments? Any objection? Hearing none, then the output of the
Hindi na kayang video. Hindi na kayang audio. Sayang, sayang na sayang.
And then, dear Mr. Resolution formed by the committee under the education affairs. So I'm going to read it for your reference. So a resolution is being made to enhance the educational program on mechanical engineering, whereas the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, or the PSME Inc., is the only association of mechanical engineers duly certified and accredited on ISO 9001. Whereas the upgrading an engineering education at par with the international standards. So therefore, as it is hereby resolved that the two concerned issues shall be followed. Number one, Mr. Chair, the PSME assist or will going to coordinate with the CHED and at the same time to the university, as the most of the BSME subject are already obsolete and some minor subjects are unnecessary to adopt. The fast charging technology and must encourage the PSME to plan, organize, and conduct relevant seminars that are beneficial to and can enhance the teaching and research capabilities of mechanical engineering educators in every regions. And then resolve finally that this resolution can only be repealed by a 2/3 vote of the National Board of Directors of the PSME. That's it, Mr. Chair. So I do move so.
Thank you. There is a motion of the education workshop, seconded by the same. Any discussion? Any amendments? Any objection? Hearing none, then the output of the education workshop is hereby carried.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
Back to MC.
Okay. Let me request Engineer Regine.
Thank you. Engineer Matusa.
Announcement of the turnover. May turnover.
So at this juncture, we'd like to call on our National Vice President for the Visayas, Engineer Gregorio Senining, to announce the venue of the 2022 Visayas Regional Conference. Sir?
Thank you. Plus, please. In view of the presence of the chairman or the Panay chapter president, Engineer Jerel Militar. Jerel, are you around? We are now turning to you. As you can see in the screen, that the 8th Visayas Regional Conference will be hosted by the unified chapters of Western Visayas and Panay chapter as the lead host. I therefore would like to officially make that announcement and that turning over to Jerel Militar. Jerel, are you there?
Yes,
Please
sir.
accept the statement. Are you accepting?
Yes, sir. In behalf of the PSME Panay chapter and of the unified chapters of Western Visayas,
Hold on, Sir Jerel. For a while, sir, wala po kayong audio on our end. Hold lang po.
Sir, kindly repeat your response to the.
can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Sir, loud and clear.
Okay. Let me repeat that. In behalf of Panay chapter, being the president of the chapter, and in behalf of the unified chapters of Western Visayas, I would like to gladly express our willingness to host the 8th Visayas Regional Conference in 2022. Thank you for your trust and confidence in our group to host the next year's Visayas Regional Conference.
Lakpakan po natin si Jerel. Thank you very much, Jerel.
All right. See you sa Panay ba next year? See you sa Panay. Okay.
Okay. This juncture, the recapitulation and official closing of the regional conference. I will call on President of the Mandawi chapter and UCC Chairman, Engineer Russell Robert Matusa.
Thank you for that, Sir Levy. And then Engineer Regine. Good afternoon, sir, again. So, I'll going to do my part. Okay. So for the recapitulation and then the official closing of the regional conference, which is my part, so I'll be giving you like a short message. So, wala pa, no? Wala pa tayong, meron pa tayong enough time. So good afternoon again, fellow mechanical engineers. I believe that during these 3 days, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion in this 7th Visayas Regional Conference. And then at the same time, this is our first hybrid conference, whose theme is, if you're going to see here, mechanical engineers moving ahead with the challenges towards nation's building. We have heard a lot from the keynote discussion delivered by the amazing keynote speakers, no other than our Board of Mechanical Engineers, or BME, headed by Chairman Leandro Boy Conti, together with the BME member, Engineer Lawrence Larion. We have also set the first ever VRC online game, which is the ML Lords, and as well as workshop sessions, which are delivered by very active workshop leaders today or just this afternoon. And also, we do have 11 CPD speakers who shared different interesting topics. Furthermore, I would like to thank all product presenters and sponsors who accumulated a total of 30 different companies, and also our participants who have joined the conference, which is a total of 70 on-site and 220 online. Imagine, we do have a total of 290 packs. So I think for us, even though we are having the pandemic. One thing also, my heartfelt appreciation to our PSME national officers, sir, who personally visited and celebrated with us for this 3-day event. Sir Carlito Alpay and Sir Maren De Luna, sir. And then also our National Vice President, Sir Greg Sineneng, and then our lead chapter chair, Sir Edwin Torillo. And also our national officers who connects us through online medium amidst this pandemic. Thank you very much, sir. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring that it proceeded smoothly. Once again, on behalf of the committee, the PSME Unified Chapters of Visayas, the PSME Unified Chapters of Cebu, my UCC, and together with our lead chapter, the CHBE, thank you for your never-ending support, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Engineer Matusa. At this point, we would like to award the certificates for our resource speaker, on-site resource speaker. So the certificate cites Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, Unified Chapters of the Visayas with lead chapter PSME Cebu Hotel and Building Engineers, presents this a certificate of appreciation to speaker's name for being a resource speaker at the 7th Visayas Regional Conference, given this day, 17th of July 2021, online through Zoom and at Big Hotel Mandawi City, Cebu. Signed by our chairman of the PSME, 7th PSME VRC, Engineer Gregorio Sineneng, co-chairman of the conference, Dr. Edwin Torillo, our PSME National Secretary, Engineer Feliciano Pirater, and last but not the least, PSME National President, Engineer Jerry Asuncion.
We'd like to award the following certificate of appreciation to Dr. Cornelio Duaso,
Dr. Jonathan C. Maglasang, Dr. Jonathan Maglasang,
Engineer.
to represent Dr. Jonathan Maglasang is Dr. Van Vergara.
Engineer Samuel June Agusto.
We also have Dr. Ronald M. Galindo.
Dr. Van Gaetano Vergara.
Once again, Dr. Van Vergara.
And to the Engineer Carlito.
Okay.
And for
And in behalf of Engineer Melanie P. Banayos to receive her certificate, is Engineer Maren Duluna. Thank you to our chairman and co-chairman of the conference.
And calling on our National Vice President for Visayas, Engineer Greg Sineneng, for the adjournment and other announcements.
Thank you. There being no other matters to be discussed in the plenary, I hereby officially adjourn the session. However, please, palakpak, don't go away because we will have a raffle. Back to you, MC.
Thank you, Sir Greg. Before that, for those who are, I know the Zoom meeting is already in turmoil. Bakit hindi pa ina-announce yung certificate namin and whatsoever? Alam ko na po yun. Nasa isip ko na po yun. Na-flood na yung chat box namin. Sure yan. Okay, they will be providing you a form. Yung form po natin will contain an evaluation of every speaker. So yung points po natin is every speaker as suggested po by our one of our chapters in the Visayas. I cannot recall po sino po yung nag-suggest, but it was suggested po to have that evaluation. So evaluate po yung speakers natin from 1 to 5, poor to excellent. So we will know if okay ba siyang kunin ulit as speaker as next time. Di ba, sir? Right. Okay. Paki-answer po ng form to get your certificate. Again, reminder, correct email address po. Again, correct email address and all capital letters po ang i-key-in nyo. Thank you po for following instruction. So, ayun, raffles na. Nasaan na ba si Luningning? Wala pa si Luningning. Okay, yes. Raffles na tayo. Sir, sasayaw daw yung maghahawak niyan. Kaya hindi ko yan hinawakan. Sasayaw daw kasi, sir eh. Lance, paki-assist mo nga, Lance. Ikaw mag-hold nito.
The most awaited part, aside from getting the certificate, is
Okay,
getting
you,
the raffle
doon ka.
ticket.
Okay. Most awaited, di ba, sir?
Yeah, yes, of course, the most awaited portion.
Portion. Ano ba yung mga prizes natin? Saan ba
The
yung list
prizes
ko ng mga
consist of
prizes?
Lock and Lock Stone saucepan,
All right.
Daikin.
Later na po yung major prizes natin ha. Unahin natin yung ating mga minor prizes. So, minor prizes, itong limang ito, mag-record na namin si Sir Fritz. Ayun. Join ka na dito, sir.
Oh, I have a special announcement announcing the arrival
Hindi na,
of
sir.
1 horsepower.
Once you're picked po sa minor, hindi na po yung matatawag sa major, of course.
Minor.
Kasi isa lang po.
Any minor dili ni DC ha?
Oh, wala po tayong parang
Minor lang
second
niya.
chance. Give chance to all po tayo. Yan.
Starting with a towel. Daikin.
Sir, hindi nyo na kailangan yan. Hindi, joke lang. Pagpaubayan nyo pa yan sa mga mahihirap. Ano yung category nun sa survey? Poor population ba yun sa, sa COVID vaccine? Hindi ako natawag sa vaccine kasi sinabi na other workforce nilagay ko. Sana nilagay ko poor population. Di ba? Alright. Sir, yes sir, Faith, bumunot ka ng tatlo. Dapat kang sumayaw daw, sir. Isa. Mo pala tayong music dyan.
Background music.
Wow. Tatlo. Sige, announce namin, sir. Alright, alis, sir. Sige, sir.
The first three winners, Gombok Jerry.
Gombok Jerry.
PSBE, Mani.
CHBE chapter. Clear ko lang ito, ha? Proof na hindi ko yan makapating sa church sa school natin. Chris Barrel! Sinulog mo yung sarili mo! Nagulat siya! Yan, may award ka, sir. Picture. May nagpipicture ba from award? Okay, thank you. Jerry Tercero. Gary Calasco return. Gary Tercero. Yan. Yan. Picture po. Smash daw. Okay. Ginawa ko sa punutin natin. Ma'am Beth, bumunot ka nga dito, Ma'am Beth. Ang minor po sa tawad. Kasi daw pala po lahat, sir. Oo. Ipusin natin lahat ng tawad. O, ito, sir, Faith, dito muna yan, sir. Ito, try mo na. We have 1, 2, and 3. Okay. First winner, si Sir George Villanueva. Sir, nanalo ng towel si Sir. Yan.
George, congratulations, George.
Ang CHBE pa rin. Dito lang, sir.
CHBE, para ka eh. Nalay sa CHBE.
We have Sir Terence Roy de Guzman.
Wow.
From Cebu chapter.
Wow, sa galing.
Ako si Sir Marcel Loric. Marcel Loric. Ano pa ba? Juan, pwede po ba kayo pupulot dito, sir? How many, sir? Correct? 4, sir. Saka, sir, Juan. Pulot ka ng 4. At towel pa rin. At be off Daikin. More po, sir. Sir Rafael ba?
Ito, palakpak ba? Palakpak.
Mandawi Tucker. We have Sir Maran de Luca. Yay!
Halo na. Wala nang gas para sa picture.
Eliminated na.
Pagkain.
Alright. Elimination. Either grand prize or nothing. How many left? Curly, Ati, Curly Martin, Curly, sunod mo ng apat. Sunod na, apat na apat.
Ilan siyang pagpuntok na to, matagpagpag na.
Sir Cornelio Duato!
Hoy, Presidente.
Pilay ng bus! God, wala ko na ng grand prize! Oh my God! Sir, from Cebu chapter! Tadadang! Arvin John Aluake. Sorry. I find it now this. Wala? Oh, bunot ka, sir! Sorry! Sorry, bunot man. Wala dito yung isa. Ronald M. Galindo.
Wow, sticker pa. Swerte na.
Wendell Wahig. From Sir,
Oh, malaman ko na naman.
England transferred tayo to every higher from 91. Wait, ma'am, i-announce ko pa lang. I-announce ko pa lang. Excited naman lahat. Dalawang total window type 1 HP, isang Medea 0.75 HP aircon. Unahin natin si Medea aircon to be followed by Sir Russell Matusa. Yan! Dadadad! Dadadad! Picture! Sir Everett Kalama of the Lago Chapter!
Oh, President.
Congrats, Sir Everett Kalama! Aircon, Medea aircon! Medea aircon! I'll open to that, sir! Ang Medea, sir, with sir, sir. Sir? 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 Sir, Medea, they will give you your aircon. Baka free delivery, di ba? Wow, social! Next, there's Coco, window side, to type 1 APK. po sa likod ng mga technical natin. Yan, 2 units of hotel. Isang bunot po, sir, kayo site. So, yan. Muna ka, sir, kayo announce na sino nanalo.
Wow, ito sino? Wow, congratulations! Congratulations!
Thank you so much. Napulit ko sir, kanina ko sumunod ha. Sir, kaya pala ay ito na ito na kita. Next, okay na rin. Ito ba 1 HP aircon? Sir? Okay lang, sir. Guys, the total ito ay 1 HP. So, talaga dito yun. Amanda, wait after. Hindi ba ito? Kay Sylvester Lisito. Yes. And we're down to 2. Grand prize natin. Yun, 2 Daikin air purifier. Around ano ata itong Daikin purifier natin? 18K yata yung value nito, di ba? Market value nito. Sir Edwin, bunot ka sir, isa. Yan. Full. Live yan sir, nakikita yan nila na ano. Yan, isa lang sir. Hold mo sir. Yan, hold mo sir. Ano kaya yan? Okay, ito ha. From CHBE. Hard work paid off para sa working committee, pero hindi ata ito sinadya. Mga Jersey Rock! Hard working sa zone natin behind the scene.
Talaga ito simple eh. Ha?
May 1,000 kahapon, may purifier ngayon.
18,000 yun.
Wow! Last unit of air purifier. Sir Greg. Yung nanaro ng papel, sir. Mag-picture ka niya later, sir, ha? Alright, we have it here. The last one. Oh. From OKC. Sir Ben, come on.
Congratulations!
Congratulations, Sir Ben Tabarog of OKC for winning the air purifier from Daikin.
Ben! Respect!
Alright, so this has been for your host for the speed event. I am Engineer Regine Mary Abando. I am Mr. Sarah Photography. We are now signing off. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Congratulations to the winner. For certificates of on-site registration, dito na lang. Okay. As your name is called, please come in front. Sir Arnold Umbao, andito ba? Sir Russell Matusa. Sir Russell? Sir Russell? Sir Leo Ranido? Leo Ranido? Ay, online po pala. Sa online, pag may concerns po kayo regarding certificate hindi na-receive whatsoever, please email po to PSME-CHBE@gmail.com or see our Facebook page po for our email address or per PM na lang po kayo sa inbox namin. We have Leo Ranido, Bocotano Secundino, Reynaldo Pilayo. Oh, Lloyd po ako. Yung kuha natin. Wait lang sir ha, wait lang. Thank you, distributor. Leo Rancho. Arnold Umbao. Hoy po lahat! All delegates po! All delegates, find your position! Mga boys po natin nakapal dyan, pwede po tayo pumunta dito sa baba. Kasi po, parang wala tayong social distancing, huwag na lang po natin tanggalin yung mask natin, okay? So, remove na lang po the mask. Mangkot! Dito na mangkot! Dito na! Wag lang tanggalin sir kasi wala tayong social distancing. I will be distributing the certificates. So, Arnold Umbao, wala din. Al Cesar Sahili. Edwin Torillo. Richard Pitogo. Sylvester Lasito. George Villanueva. Lloyd Humawid. Lloyd Humawid. Rickson Rickson Helpao. Ray T. Coria. Eldred Kanama. Chris Ariel. Christopher Real. Carlito Alpay. Carlito. Karen Meluna. Gregorio Sesing. Unreal Galarnino. Wendell Joaquin. Nestor Herebestes. Wait lang sir. Tawa ko na balik. Nestor Herebestes. Nakanikon sa print. Manipulator. Ikaw ni print. Nestor Herebestes. Patayo Rock Christian. Patayo. Cornelio Duasco. Ayan, Hamoner. Arcululong Concon. Jerry Gombo. Miltil Fioret. I guess, Malchel. Okay, first Perlito. Happy Pastor. Ay, sir. Princess. Gideon Malesio. Juan. Gary. Edgar. Webster. Webster Ruiz. Ayan, Cesar Abeliana. Ayan, Cesar. Gabriel Otero. Richard Sigoco. Rex Estenas. Ron Dexter Antino. Ron Dexter Antino. Antonio Tan. Reynaldo Senangote. Oreo Villanueva. George Villanueva. Russell John Travero. Benedicto Paco. Paul James